Hello, sir. Step right in. The store is open. Are you interested in a new and exciting book? It's a bookstore, sir. We sell books, postcards, and some board games. It's called Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold your horses, little girl.
That is a book. They have stories inside them. It's like someone told you a story in a really long letter. A postcard is a small cardboard picture. You can write a few words on the other side and send it to your friend or beloved. Board games are like little games on a table, made to pass the time. There are several different ones, but sailors here mostly buy cards. My pleasure. Anything else you'd like to know? Okay, sir. I'll try to answer any questions you have. I hope they're about books. My name is Annette, sir. My mum, her name is Plaisance. She owns the store. She's inside minding the register or organising the stock. Feel free to step in and browse our wares. I'm signalling that the store is open. Otherwise, people might not know. They'd miss out on the crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. Oh no, sir. I'm happy to help Mum by luring in customers. Besides, I have some hot juice in my vacuum bottle to keep warm. I do my studies at home at the moment. I have to help Mum keep this place running. School? Well, mine is a big yellow building on Boogie Street, and the people there run it. They say it's a charity. Mum says it's necessary to do both because it builds character. Mum says a proper worker is dutiful. That's how you get ahead in life. You succeed.
There is stress and unease behind these words. She's reciting etiquette.
Mum says it's peachy. She was a little afraid at first. There's talk about this house being cursed.
Behind her, the window has been boarded up. You sense the boards creaking, twisting for a second, and some kind of doubt in her tense shoulders.
Cursed in the way that makes them say that no business has ever really thrived here, sir. That they all go... Exactly, but we've been doing fine so far.
We can go into the bookstore and ask about the case, but I don't see much more to look into here.
Yes, please do look at our wares inside. The postcards and board games you asked about are also there, sir. Nothing really, sir. Mum doesn't allow me to sneak around in the back rooms or the cellar. I don't really know what's there.
It does not manifest itself in any way. It does not exist. I liked it better when we were talking about whether it's appropriate to stand out in the freezing weather. No such thing.
Anything else you wanted to talk about, sir? Maybe I can tell you about some of our books instead. Crime fiction is about murders or burglaries or things like that, and the work of a policeman or a private detective who's trying to solve a crime and catch the criminals.
Crime is what we were solving before this conversation began.
It's exciting to people, I guess. They get to imagine dangerous things, and it's kind of like a puzzle, where you can guess who the criminal is, or how the good guys are going to catch him. You don't look much like a policeman. Didn't mean to offend, sir. Sorry, sir. It's just that you don't look like Dick Mullen. More about books, maybe? It's the type of book where there's a rich lady and she has to choose between the good man and the bad man. Or there could be a story about a poor lady getting a rich man. It's about man and lady business, sir. These are not very common. You can't have a choice between bad and bad. Well, maybe then it's fine. Maybe if the lady then decides not to pick either, because she doesn't need a bad man. Yes, that would be interesting. Maybe some about other books? Oh, kings and queens and generals of old, or artists and writers, or musicians, those kinds of people. I think that's why people read them, to find the secrets of their fame.
Seems like most people who read those books fail to get more famous from reading them.
But it does make the famous people more famous. Why would they do that, sir? That's so cool. Maybe they'll make you a book cover picture and everything. Standing over a dead body, holding a gun.
Yes? What do you want to know? Maybe you can tell me what you do know to help me. Do you want me to brief you? 3 days ago, the RCM Emergencies Desk received a report about a security guard who was... During that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings. The caller did not identify him, but used the word lynching. There is an ongoing labor dispute between the local dock workers and the logistics company Wild Pines. I was told a security guard or worker of some sort hired by Wild Pines. This was just hearsay from Martinez, of course. We need to find out the truth. They didn't identify themselves in any way. The tone was muffled using a device of some sort. The desk could identify neither the caller's age nor sex. There's a strong prejudice against involving the RCM in what's seen as union matters. The dock workers' union is the de facto police in Martinez. Now it appears they've started executing too. We cannot... That's us, the Revachol Citizens Militia. We're the police in this...
The RCM, or the Revachol Citizen Militia, is the police force you and him are part of. A self-organized peace corps.
That's right. I'm afraid you and I are pawns in a... You don't know? I assumed you were in on it. That's good. It's just stupidity. We shouldn't waste any more time on it. If you want my take, ask me after we've inspected the victim. Later. Was there anything else you wanted to know about the case? No, it's not a particularly mysterious case.
The lieutenant adjusts his collar.
You mean like a brief? Do you want me to brief you? There's no reason to wing anything. 3 days ago, the RCM... During that time, the victim had been stripped of... Okay then. What? Good.
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring an extremely muscular, sword-wielding barbarian on the cover. Nearly all the titles contain the...
Oh, Man from Hjelmdal. A very popular series of adventure novels. They're awfully immoral and violent books. Blood and violence, scantily clad women, epic narratives, all those... What does it matter? They're all the same. How, if you're a novice of the series, I'd recommend Hjelmdalaman. The Man from Hjelmdal. It's supposed to be a good introduction to...
Rows and rows of Hjelmdalamen blur your vision. You make out some titles, maybe 100. Man from Hjelmdal and the Sages at the End of the World. Not even close. Man from Hjelmdal in Hell. Man from Hjelmdal and the Forest of Slaves. Man from Hjelmdal under the lake. Man from Hjelmdal. A twinge at the back of your head makes you flinch. Your eye starts twitching. Your hand reaches toward a book with glossy cover art of the very muscular man from Heimdall in chains. She's laughing at him, belittling him. Between the throne and the Heimdall man lies a bonfire, casting shadows on the wall. The shadow of the woman's headdress looks like, especially those leering types who seem to wear nothing but an armored bikini. There's also the display rack before you is burdened under piles of Man from Heimdall novels. A small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types.
Wonderful board games, sir. The Viticulturist. Browbritter is a fun game of economic...
Who are you going to play board games with? Do you have friends or family? Are you actually friends? Or just colleagues thrown together by circumstance?
Then you're a lucky man, officer. Children. For playing with friends, I'd recommend Suzerainty. It's a civilization building game. Welcome to Crime Romance. Be welcome, and please take responsibility for the energy you bring into this space. I am the proudest owner of our little shop of culture. Cursed? Who said that? Annette? I will have a word with her. This place is not cursed. It has a robustly magnetic energy. Annette, yes, my daughter. I hope she wasn't slacking off again with her nose in science fiction. Tell me, was she wonderful? Did you talk to her? Great. On a scale of 1 to 10, how compelled were you to buy books after talking with her? My precious, her dedication brings joy to my heart. If you have children, I hope they turn out as great as my Annette. As a young girl should be, with the proper attitude.
The woman before you scans the store, her shoulders rigid.
Goodness, you were already doing good, browsing the shelves. Why'd you stop? Don't you feel compelled? Everything is on the shelves. Take a look.
She smiles and nods. These shelves are overburdened with books from the same series. You see the name.
Oh, crime, robberies, murders, even sexual. You're a police officer, apparently. You should buy all of these.
Crime fiction is a disgrace. These books greatly overstate the excitement of police work, glossing over how long it. What's more, they completely ignore not a single mention of all the stress this work creates upon the officer's family. Detective fiction shelves filled to the... The plaque on the shelf reads, biographies of famous. Browsing through all the books with all their names, suddenly, a particularly odd title catches your eye. It reads, High Speed Love, chronicles the romance between two of the finest tip-top tourney race. Next to Irv's life story, you see a slim biography. Next to that, Revacholian radio personality Guillaume Bevy stands in front of a run-down drug.
I really must insist you buy one of the books. Reading them is not for free. I'm sorry, I did not mean to rush you. You are...
Several maps have been attached to a bulletin board hidden inside the alcove. The maps look old and faded. Your eye catches a map of Insulinda, a map of Revachol, and the north coast of a verdant island is shattered by the delta of a river. It is the River Esperance. Countless bridges put the shards back. To the east, rolling hillsides, Le Jardin, Houdon. It's somewhere to live. Not bad. It's so small you can't even see it on the map. No, wait, no. This is somewhere to be. This is all you have. But this large map displays archipelagos. You see Ozon, Laurentide. In the northeast, a dust mite stands on the north coast of Caillou. On Caillou, Revachol, a single black star. 850 million people live. The ocean breaks apart into a tangle of cosines and azimuths, all pointing connections to other worlds. Words past the Insulindian, unknown to you. You only know you've never been. You have little idea what they are. Distant stars. Gods. Perhaps they are gods. It's not really a map. It's a tourist thing. A picture postcard. Still, it's detailed. Could be pretty useful for...
I'm sorry, officer. The map of Martinez is the only one available. They're quite valuable, though they might not look it. The map of Martinez is 90 cents. That old thing. It's an out-of-date map of a tourist location that from when some design studio people tried to spruce the place up 4 or 5 years ago. They didn't get that far, for some reason. A shame the project never got going. Would be nice if someone fixed Martinez up. All these ruins are bad for business.
This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. Amidst the various books, the point of the book, and many others on this shelf, is to give people medicinal advice. Various paranatural books still live. You see a set of tattered curtains blocking...
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for employees only.
You see some kind of charm, an irregular polyhedron assembled from bones, sticks, and straw. Inside, a disturbing fish head with empty eyes. This is a traditional Seminese ward, meant to provide protection against inhabitants of Ile de Fantôme. Aside from poking at it suspiciously, there is nothing else to do with the fish head charm at this time. The curtain...
Nothing. Now please go back to browsing the books. Don't you feel compelled?
Oddly enough, the more she tries to draw you away from the curtains, the more alluring they become. Just as you're about to pull apart the curtains, the petrified voice of the shop...
Sir, don't touch that. I told you it's off limits for the customers. Parapsychologically speaking, we're done if you decide to open them. I won't be held...
She looks away, mumbling. Why is everyone always messing with the curtains? Why can't they just buy books like normal people?
No, it's just a storeroom for the employees, I told you. Now please step away from the curtains. Why? It's not like anyone was killed there. I am sorry, I don't mean to be so impolite. Just please don't go there. I can't allow that. You'll only make things worse and unleash... You do? My God, even more reasons not to mess with the curtains. Just step away, dear sir. No! Please just talk to me, officer. Come here.
There is something mysterious about the curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust, hang before you, as if taunting you. You see a dimly lit room full of dusty furniture and trash. A doorway stands in the back, covered.
I warned you. You're unleashing forces beyond your understanding. I wasn't kidding when I said we're parapsychologically done. You clearly don't care about the consequences. What gives you the right? Don't expect my help from now on. The back door is locked and I threw away the key. I won't trifle with such forces. Do look at the books, though. The books compel you.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of Seminese trinkets. Only an echo. No one is there. You smash into the wood and see a small crack appear on the door frame. It's going to take one more try to break through to the other side. But
You're not thinking of trying again, are you? What is this place? Yes, but no one's been... I doubt the electricity still works. Good thing we have...
an eerie feeling rises in your chest.
Yes, because it's closed. No need to look for supernatural...
Well, hello. Someone seems to have found himself a bottle of light reflects off the green glass of the Commodore Red. Wow, the gods of mass production have made... There's a satisfying pop as the cork jumps out, and the hair on your back rises like a golden sun melts down your throat. Its rays filling your nostrils with sunshine. Your stomach melts from it into a happy, gooey mess. So does your mind.
In the bottom right corner of the screen, there's an alcohol button. Alcohol gives plus...
From the void we came. barbell lies on the floor. The color has worn off its weight plate. It's 60 kilograms. Your triceps hum. There are no collars on the barbell. Why does it feel so familiar?
You're right. The weight may fall off. Better not touch it then. It would be a violation of EPIS safety regulations if the gym was still operating, but it isn't.
No, it's not that. It's the stale smell of... It's just a memory from another life. Your flashlight slides over an old green chalkboard covered in scribbles, sketches, and schemes. Like some of the writing has faded with age, but you can still make out sections here. These lithe, pointy-eared creatures appear to be different types of translucent Welkins, with organs shining under their skin. And even who are all those creatures? Fantasies. One of the Welkins, towering among the rest, appears to be its Vara Hamira, a high Welkin. His face, the Haldor, the Twarg, the humans, and even headless men.
An inordinate amount of time has gone into drawing these little Welkin creatures. Some people really like building a world, I think. If this looks like concept art for a project, it's not really real. Just look at those details.
The photo collage depicts barren, icy landscapes wrapped in perpetual. Entire oceans have been frozen from... You see primitive oil rigs built into glaciers, albeit dark and cold. This vision also feels cozy in its own way. Like a pinned postcard reads, "The heat." This is a monthly calendar from the year 50. Minimi stands for a mini meeting. It's part of a bigger framework for managing work called RUN. Station 41. As time goes on, the numbers in the boxes...
Looks like they didn't make it.
A note in the bottom left. This is a monthly calendar from the year 50. Minimi stands for a mini meeting. It's part of... Your eyes glide over for... Your flashlight some of the handwriting is only partly legible. Outside, a cold wind wraps the building in its bosom. This appears to be some kind of machine with a cube-shaped heart and a wired framework. The keyboard has a rectangular on-off.
A radio computer. Just sitting here without anyone inside.
The machine lights up like some prehistoric animal stirring from its slumber, revealing nothing happens. Nothing happened. Nothing happens. It's empty like a beehive with...
This is where the memory should go.
Tiles on the cube are still like a smooth draw. The filament slides into place. On the keyboard, the play key stuck. A bar of fabric right above the keyboard. Oh no. It was all... The static gets louder, slowly filling up the abandoned.
Good afternoon. Fortress accident. Please repeat. Is this the production schedule? The filament you have inserted into the reader. That was a question. Have you inserted it in? Good. Please repeat the password. I am contractually obliged to protect the privacy of the...
I'm afraid we are not doing that, unless we want to wait for a month.
Now, can you please repeat the password? Received. I will...
That sounds bad. A login attempt. Don't worry. Passwords have a way of...
Fortress accident. Is there anything else? Good. Please repeat the password. No.
A hint system is not part of the protocol for repeat.
Still no. Received.
Don't worry.
Fortress accident. Is there anything? Yes, I am a...
She repeats passwords. Programming people are all paranoid.
I work as a repeater at the East Insulindian repeater station. It's my job to know where you are, Fortress accident. As for me, well, I am sitting in my cube.
On an island on the river Esperance.
Now, please tell me if there's any Fortress accident is the company. One moment. Fortress accident SCA produces revolutionary interact. Any other questions? Thank you. And
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the framework in a soft glow. Nothing happens. The filament slides out of its glowing nest. This old fireplace is covered in lines drawn in blue and red marker, the mesh spreading over the stone like blood vessels on alabaster skin. It looked radio frequencies, it seems. Unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular system split into veins and capillaries. Very advanced. You think so? The web is comprised of radio stations. All looks like a surveillance program. Someone very important, the leader of a massive on-air game built by these. Whoever decides to call in, there's no way a little base.
My God. It's as if the schedule. I know doom when I see it. The company was running out.
Nothing. It's just lines on Mars.
Okay. What do you think is going on with that computer, chalkboard, and fireplace? No, that's not it. It looks like one of those popular pen and paper role-playing games. Only these people were trying to...
Utter madness, he thinks. As a compliment.
Through call-in stations. None of the players have to be physically present. Then there's the game master frequency that listens in on the smaller call-in stations. I think that was...
His fascination has swept aside other concerns for the moment.
Not to my knowledge. They make automated games, but I don't think anyone has attempted to create an inter-isolary game before. No idea. They stopped filling out the schedule on the chalk. Indeed, those Welkins are a dead giveaway. Role-playing people love... Indeed, it's ambitious and untethered from reality, but... It's too late for that, I'm afraid. Okay, let's keep...
You see a terrifying ice bear with a strange compartment. This ice bear is a hyper-carnivore. The lieutenant doesn't answer. His eyes are glued to the animal. A gust of freezing cold air rushes to greet you. You hear a low grumble as the bear regulates itself. This is the inside of a room. The lieutenant takes a peek inside. His hand has found. The shelves are empty. All you see are crumpled ice cream wrappers with the brand name, Revachol Ice City. You pocket the note and the little fridge magnets keeping it. A friendly cartoon bear smiles back at you.
Good question. It looks like an ice cream fridge. I know. What is even worse?
The fridge buzzes with energy. The note is written with a blue pencil on a piece of lined.
Does it say anything interesting?
This is tangential at best. Someone has scribbled, S. I can't believe the off-site copy. You'll find the filament memory with the off-site copy in the frozen ice cream maker. Please take it.
Really? You don't have a single guess? Oh, I'm sure that child would love to get his hands on the filament memory, even if he doesn't know what to do with it. It belongs inside a radio computer.
It's like the production schedule you found. Only this
Looks like someone from that radio game company upstairs. I'm a little surprised. That's a plausible hypothesis. I don't know. I assume it's somewhere close.
The bear's eyes are still glowing red, watching over a friendly cartoon bear. A few bricks have fallen off, revealing a compartment behind the wall.
There is, yes. And there also appears to be something inside the hole. Interesting. Do you want to take...
Your hand reaches deep into darkness and spiderwebs, rummaging around.
Are these any good?
Most of them are rusty and inoperable.
That's a rare sight. Seems to no longer be functional, but still, beautiful thing. It means there are firearms, albeit in...
He likes this find.
Seems like an old bunker from the Revolution.
A few bricks have fallen off. Two cables are plugged into the breaker box. The red one leads to the ice bear fridge and the black one to the ice cream maker nearby. An electric sizzle. The room is slightly quieter now. Something close to you dies with a soft...
Why did you do that?
The lieutenant raises his brows, but... bear's eyes are dead and empty. Ice inside the fridge, slowly melting. The power. A friendly cartoon bear smiles back at you from a... A thick layer of coal dust. Looks like this furnace has a face, and it's a face of agony. A lush layer of coal now covers your skin. You feel the spirit of Ramut Karzai, ancient hero of Grad, pulsing through you. All that's left is to cover your face in war paint. 3 dangerous stripes appear onto your cheeks.
What are you doing? Please wipe your face clean, officer. Thank you. So, what looks like it? Looks like an old... No one has used it in ages.
It's dark and grimy here. In the darkness you can hear chatter.
What are you doing? Wait, really? You should investigate, see if someone's upstairs.
The bear's eyes are dead. Both cables are unplugged from the breaker. Somewhere, a machine hums along with the current, happy and An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the company. There he still is, looking right through you with his white...
Active decay.
He's about to blow! Cock's gonna blow, Kuno!
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite. It's nothing.
Does Kuno care? The fuck about it? You're testing Kuno.
Get lost,
Kuno doesn't.
I'll die before I squeal, pig. What's this kid shit?
Get the fuck out of it!
I'll die before I come from the woods, Guttavitu.
Don't be traumatized!
There he still is, looking right through you. The smell is repulsive. It pushes in from your mouth, more instant and more familiar than... You feel a great force ringing from your stomach until a pool of vomit lies under your feet and your throat.
It's okay. Happens to everyone. The hangover is clearly making this worse for you. You could use some ammonia to clear your head. That young woman, the gardener, mentioned she used salts for the smell. If she doesn't have any, there might be some in the fridge store nearby.
Acquiring ammonia will provide a modifier to the white check. Modifiers make checks easier and allow you to retry them.
It's raining again. It was clear just an hour ago. Sure, I'm done with them. Go easy on that stuff. It
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell, emitting it. The ammonia only makes it worse. The combination forces the second time, not so much. When the vomiting is done, your cheeks are wet with tears.
Nor does the wind right now.
The weight is reassuring.
I've seen strong men turn themselves inside out for hours. You are facing tough odds here. Alcohol withdrawal makes it considerably harder. No, this is a two-man assignment because it needs 2 officers to complete. And you need to get your shit together. We should go talk to the locals. Find something else to do while the wind changes. It's pretty bad.
You've gained a thought. When this dialogue is over,
Give it half an hour. Get yourself together. Then come back and have another go.
This coin-operated viewer is facing southwest. Its coin slot is full of fossilized. The metal feels cold and wet. A thick layer of graffito covers the lenses. You spell out the word Onuk, written on the other side. With N and C scribbled under the graffito, a sea of blues and greys appear. Behind the water lies a coast. You know this to be the Star of Perica. The church looks old and withered. Around the large wooden building, you see chunks of sea. This coin-operated viewer is facing south. The instruction manual says to insert 25 centimes and pull the handle while looking inside. Then use the focus knob to zoom in if necessary.
Shame. Whining about your back every time you bring out the measuring.
René, you're a man.
I'm trying to, but you keep breaking my con.
These manly men are playing balls. This is a ball game. That's the spirit. Don't even waste your breath asking about the game. They wouldn't know anyway. They're way past their prime. You are immediately surprised by the ball's lack of weight. God, this is right. You feel the familiar tremble of excitement.
Merde! Bordel de merde! What the hell is your problem? You vandalized our game, son! We can't play pétanque with 5 bull! Well, it damn well isn't! It's pétanque!
Take it easy, René. This is...
Of course there's harm done, you orange slug! You are as a goddamn bull! Will this... No!
Thank you, officer. This is really something...
Mon Dieu. All right, fine. What do you want, officer? Unfortunately, I don't. In Martinez, The union is the law. Cop is a pejorative term. I don't have a problem. If I knew, I would not be afraid to tell you. I simply don't.
This is a man with a lot of past, but little present, and almost no future.
Yes. The terrain here provides an interesting variety to a familiar game. No. It was left by... Why what? Because that's what happens when communists hijack your country. Execute your supreme leadership. Commies, communists, socialists, anarchists, call them what you like. They just chose a name to feel special. Senseless sentiment. Sadly, no. It should have fought dirty, like they did with their suicide sex cult propaganda and mad anarchist women strapped to shrapnel, because this place is a damn beachhead. Yes, the military-coordinated Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revachol during Operation Deathblow in 08. The other 2 are... This here is Blood Ground, where coalition boots first...
Blood Ground. You got old René going there. Like...
Don't get me wrong, officer. I hate those foreign dogs, but... the... Damn right, son. They lit the fire of hell. The rest of the city got cleaned up, but Martinez they keep as a monument.
Well, it's your own damn fault. You
don't even begin to truly understand the players on the table, let alone the specific circumstances surrounding the... What do you think? I'm just so damn sorry it had to be the coalition. After 8 years of... I would have preferred if they... Instead, all that is just, holy, and beautiful in the world. This is just what the commies wanted. This suzerain is the king! As if... It's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened. When we took our last stand against the filth and rode the cavalry straight. It's a Belle McGrave. 4.46 caliber. This one's inoperable. The bolt spring is missing and the mechanism is jammed shut. Still a beauty. I'm not surprised. There are probably lots of forgotten wartime weapons lying around here. Back in the day, as for the rifle, I don't know what else to tell you.
I have really... How...
Yes, that's what you...
René, it's a little pleasures. Life doesn't need to be a struggle. Hello, officer. How might I be of assistance on this fine day? Let me think. I heard someone was hanged and left. No, officers, I'm sorry. And I really would like to assist. You are both good guys. I can see that.
Then help them, you wimp.
I wish I could, but I just don't know how.
Respect?
I'm not.
Of course he's holding back. His mouth is so full of union...
Can I at least finish my fucking sentence before you piss on it? Is that okay, René? I'm not anyone impotent in the Union. I just know Evrard. Evrard Clare. Everyone in Martinez knows the Clare brothers.
What do you know about history? You never witnessed history. Only heard about...
The old soldier mumbles something.
Let's try not to get caught in a...
Lest we leave riddled with bullet holes. This animosity is ancient.
No, thank you. I'm sorry, officer, but
The only one you have.
Believe me, officer. I wish I could help you, but I need this sandwich to keep...
You can barely hear him. The sweet smell of pickles in harmony with garlic butter and marinated...
Fuck off! It's mine! Sorry, officer. I'm sorry.
When the dissidents come to rape our country, he hides. But try to get a bite of...
Volumetric ship compressor. Bizarre scientific news from Revachol West today, where a police officer's shit has been observed. There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below, as you breathe in, the odor comes over you. It's a spell of the mind telling you to run, and your stomach to ring it. The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and enameled boots. His skin is greenish, marbled with decaying veins, and blotched by lividity. The material appears to be ceramic. Its clean white stands in stark contrast to the decaying flesh above, delicate and fragile. These are clearly not boots. They're armor.
Indeed. Technically speaking, these are ceramic plate, zirconium under the heel. Fair weather model T500 piece by piece. He's been out here for 7 days. We should keep a lookout for these species. The armor could yield information. This is one thing he might actually... No, I think he had something precious underneath the clothes. They had to remove the jeans and shirts we found to get to it. And this kind of armor is... They usually hang them completely naked for that. La puta madre. The Mazda. The Besmerties and the...
Fucking talking about underpants.
It is. We've requested similar material for a full set, about...
For the northwest region of Revachol, an officer's average yearly income is 5,000.
Not too much, yes. It's a sorry situation, I agree. That's for us to find out. My initial report on the area suggests he was a security guard for... I agree. This equipment is...
A small bell-like sound fills the air.
It's anything but. This material is a key...
Faint, organic lines cover the plates where they separate into smaller ones, like the scales of some ancient white monster. Cracked. This feels dangerous. Are you sure? The stench fills your nostrils as...
Stop! Pig's gonna pull his...
Brutal!
Even the mongrels can see you're about to pull his head off.
Do it, homo!
Yes, that's what I said. What are you trying to achieve anyway? Why are you hanging on to that boot? Maybe we should concentrate on what's outside the boot and leave what's inside. There's no way you're getting them off. All the organic matter in his body has been flowing down into the boot.
You're sure there's a way to peel them off, but first the body needs to be down. And second, it would probably... The anticipation makes you crack your fingers. Feels nice.
Processing will take care of them. With the situation in the morgue, it will yield nothing.
The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt. His torso covered. The hangman's knot is pulled tight by the weight of the corpse below. Yellow, hard-edged polyester. This is a steel-reinforced cargo lashing belt. Big brother of the regular...
Airlifting. I thought it was used on lorries for strapping cargo to them. The local harbor uses 6 rotors to shuffle containers around. I get the sense they use whatever was on hand without paying much attention to not incriminating themselves. A noose is one of those things that's easier to use one way around. That ladder can't carry a grown man. I didn't see any splintering either, did you? I'm still approaching this as a lynching, yes. Motivated by the ongoing strike. You?
No. You feel like it was something else. But what?
Yes, it often is. This bell worries me. I was afraid it would be. Thin steel.
The cadaver hangs. An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso. From the right shoulder to the solar, his corpse is marked by stars. Alcohol and heartbreak.
I have only a cursory knowledge of the science of cybernet.
It doesn't seem familiar from the insides of any radio computer your mind can imagine. The somewhat organic lines.
So am I.
He takes a thin piece of milled aluminium from his coat pocket.
A Trigger Sunshine.
Triggered is the world's leading manufacturer.
Shit,
An instant color camera. I have only 2 ampoules, so nobody move. I don't want to waste one.
A sound, a shrill flash, followed by the breaking of a small ampoule of glass. You see streams of color pour onto the thick, glossy piece of paper.
In case we need it. Yes, it is pretty cool, isn't it?
There is only one ampoule left. Use it wisely.
It contains insight to the victim's person. By his build, I'd say this was a man of physical violence. The story he wanted his body to tell was important to him. It is his... Sure, just don't lose it.
The glossy-eyed corpse looks by. His eyes are milky white and blind. Dark brown hair grows on his head. His face is ready to explode. The corpse is dead silent.
Who is he? He is male, 42.
The corpse looks right through. As you narrow your eyes, the monster before you blurs into a violent mess. Only the lower extremities are pink with a dash of blue.
How should I know why you are squinting, officer? Oh. You are trying to assess...
The monster comes back into focus. An explosion of color.
So, what do you think? I do. Most of them are...
Stop talking.
It means you fucked him up good, Kuno. Fucked him up brutal like.
I think he was upright immediately after that. The noose acted like a tourniquet, keeping the blood in his head. Everything here seems to corroborate that assumption. But we should still get him...
A pool of blood and feces has eaten into the frozen mud below the man's...
The victim appears to have contained...
The fuck he said?
Talking about shit.
Maybe. I agree. Totally dead. He is.
But there is no breath to catch. Only the...
Are you sure we finished the preliminary examination of the cadaver? We might miss... The steel-reinforced belt presents a unique challenge. I brought chain cutters, but I don't see a good angle of approach to the belt. The cadaver is a good 1.2 meters up. Neither one of us can reach the belt without assistance. And even if we do, there's the question of cutting the air... Someone else? You mean like... Someone already did. You know who? I know it's hard, but I assure you, the others won't come. I was really hoping we wouldn't. The Union appeared to be suspect in this case.
But what other options?
Climb up there and... There has to be a less risky way. With less falling down of trees.
Yeah! Bang bang!
How? Yes, the buckle, where it ties the cargo belt to the tree.
Yeah, now...
They'll miss! The pigs will miss, Kuno!
Silence. With and produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 tucks. Securing it in place. That's a Kiel A9090 armistice. He then steps back and assumes the fellow's position, taking aim.
He's gonna fucking miss!
The kid's voice is drowned in a shrill blast that echoes off the walls of...
God damn it.
Fucking idiot! Mookaba asshole!
Kuno could have hit it easy, but then Kuno's not fucking handicapped, is he?
I have to say, it's beginning to look unlikely we can get him down without assistance. It's bad as it is. Go ahead. I'm not stopping you.
This is the sorriest.
Yeah, take it, you fucking banani boyka!
The buckle comes into focus in your sights.
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your mouth? At least you won't miss. Set me free!
You feel as though it would be dangerous to set this creature free to roam about the cosmos.
Don't.
Do it!
Intense shit, Copper.
Kurt waved his gun! It wasn't intense, it was pathetic!
The lieutenant takes the gun carefully from you and holsters it.
Fucking pussy didn't shoot shit!
We need to access the harbor and ask the leader of the Union to have it taken down. They have the tools, and they have men.
The trash container stands in the spring. The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste. The container sounds a muffled gong.
So you tried to kill Kuno's girl? What's up with that? You want to talk about it?
Not all of us. Acts like that stick with you.
No one's moving anywhere. Do this shit again, and Kuno's gonna climb in your room at night with a knife. Kuno knows where you sleep. The pig who fucked his window up. But you and Kuno are good for now. Pals, shoot that shit at Kuno.
The determination in his voice leaves little room for doubt in his sincerity.
And you're back in business with the Kuno. Now what is it? Yeah? The kingdom of Kuno? The fuck do you want with it? That's just some
There it is. That strange feeling.
In an eye! Fuck you!
They're trying to make you...
You glance again at the roofing material in front of the shack.
Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't... Kuno's Kuno, pig? Yeah? Kuno's in a...
Watch out, Kuno! He's... Help! Pig's got Kuno!
Help! He's got the Kuno! Help! Help!
Escalate!
Pig's in here, Kuno! Somebody, please! Look, I know you wanted to hit me. You got that, I'm gonna fuck that Kuno up look. The Kuno's dad gets. The murder look. The rage look. I know what you thought. You're nothing! You're a joke to Kuno! Kuno
turned you into his prison,
No, you're not.
bitch! You're gonna be in this shit!
A peepo is a type of hat, by the way.
Okay. Kuno is kind to his bitch.
Click, 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 click!
The fuck about it? Kuno doesn't give a shit about the armor. Kuno's fucking's got one big thing wrong. Look at him. Fucking growth hormone shit. He's a giant. Kuno doesn't give a shit about that freak armor. Kuno threw that shit away. Kuno tried to get the helmet on. It was too big. Kuno kicked that shit in the sea. Yeah? That shit means nothing to Kuno. Kuno doesn't give a... You wanna fuck on someone about that armor? Go fuck the mustached union fuck. Yeah, cock in boot. You know that jolly union cow fucker? Came around talking about cows or some shit? Came around... So yeah, he's the one you wanna talk to. He's fucking crazy about that armor shit. Coming here pretending like he likes cows. Trying to...
Yes, this troubadour has it. You can feel...
Fuck are you talking about? What is this?
He says you're stupid, Kuno! They want to make you stupid again!
Oh, did Kuno make your shit sniffing?
You hear the lieutenant hum.
You're testing Kuno.
Get lost,
Kuno doesn't...
Yes? What do you want to know? What's there to say? It's the cop kind. Our precincts can't decide if Martinez is part of Jamrock or the industry. Well, sort of. It's less a matter. I think the dispatch desk just told both our stations about the hanging.
So he volunteered to represent the 57th, but not out of competitiveness.
Yes. I'm an unrepentant spoilsport. Martinez? Nothing. It's just a puddle at the end of some drain pipe. No one cares about this place. They care about sports. No. Oh no, it's very imaginable. We fail to place responsibility for the hanging. Local law enforcement solving one little homicide decides nothing. Not solving it can have real and calculable effects. Things can always get worse. Yes, it's a wholly pointless matter. Forget I ever mentioned it.
It's the jam, my man. It's a traffic jam for the ages. Harbor gates up the street are shut tight. No explanation. Meanwhile, we're all stuck here in long-haul limbo for days upon days upon... Feels like forever. Like I was born on this here roundabout and this was all I ever knew. Just me and the metal. Everyone's a critic, man. So tell me, what do you need? Nope, don't smoke. Some of the other drivers do, though. There's still a few around, waiting for the jam to disperse.
Yup, nothing wrong with that statement.
You could also check the kiosk down the street. Frit, he ain't one of us drivers. I know that.
It's easy to see he's telling the truth. He's kept his nose out of the...
Analyzing the fundamental structural and psychological conditions of being stranded in the midst of a sea. A sense of surprise there ain't more bodies hanging from more trees. It's like, whatever's going on over at the docks. Workers got a blockade set up. Some pretty wild stuff, I hear. Like a giant new power crane in half the company? I forget what. I've heard talk there's a company rep in town, too. Like, a strike negotiator type.
Ah, yes, from the Wild Pines. We'll meet her.
They want to keep that money flowing in, my man. Could change anything else. Yeah, this... Us lorry drivers. Camionneurs. You still hang around here waiting for this meth. Not my thing. Chasing transient...
What's better than chasing transient pleasures? The more transient, the better. He tries his best to look nonchalant, but there's a rigidity in him, as if trying to conceal something warm and...
Oh, high-grade narcotics, illegal firearms, stuff like that. Can't even get a few jokes past you, my man. I've got enough. They usually get shipped to Grad and the Occident, though we've been making headway in the Il Moran market lately. We're pals and all, but I can't just freely hand out the merchandise. The bosses won't be happy. This rockin' beauty sure is like a rash you can't get rid of.
A motor lorry, also called a camion, on cut.
Good eye, my man. Yup, she's an old one, but reliable. Not unless they've illegalized sports equipment while I was on the...
The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
Don't be a stranger.
Old monument stands in the middle of the traffic island, pointing toward the sea. It looks as if it's been... A silver plaque on the statue's pedestal reads, "I am Philip III," even by the standards of the Philippian kings. Well, he blew through the whole national trip. His own maladministration foreshadowed the fall of them. Stories have it that he had his bedroom converted into a treasure chamber. He called it the Sol Aurum. It was obscene. There were whispers he slept on a huge...
Demands!
But wait, you haven't even heard about his fabled cocaine addiction. You see, old Philippe wasn't just good at squandering the national treasury on gold and ceremonial weaponry. He was not just any nose candy, though. We're talking Royal Philippian blow, allegedly twice as potent as the stuff you find nowadays, and purple. Cocaine. Beneath the cold waters of the Insulindian Bay, thrown there by the revolutionaries after the original was blown apart by communards, then further damaged during some years ago. A group of liberal, artistically inclined the statue is supposed to capture the moment it was blown apart, like an instant frozen in time, a rare butterfly trapped in amber, floating on a sea of shit. Neither do people in Martinez. The statue has proved to be controversial. Philip III, the squanderer, however, with his bronze face up in the air. Lonesome, long way home. Here we go. Home awaits. Walk past Station 41 and through the market. Small, wrinkled woman does not greet you. She nods. It's the warmth of a winter night's fire. Maybe she could give you comfort and shelter, some cigarettes and food money. Maybe she's your... No response. Wherever this woman is.
Wait. She's just a distracted old woman. Better to leave her alone. Why? I just told...
Welcome to Revachol.
Don't you welcome to Revachol me. My grandfather came... Every school of thought and government has failed in the city, but I love it nonetheless. It's men like you who keep Revachol divided, making it that much harder for everyone to climb out of this post-war limbo.
Come on, man, I just said welcome to...
I know exactly what you meant. You think my kind doesn't belong here, that I should watch myself and behave. But you see, I'm an officer of the RCN. It's actually my job to make sure you behave. I would advise you to...
Silence. The air between them becomes tense. Your partner needs backup. Now's your moment to shine.
Whatever you say, officers. Oh man, God damn. Thanks for that, but no, it's not mine. No.
He's got a smoke right there, in his fucking hand. Snatch that shit out of his fat fingers.
Can't have it. Evidence of what? I haven't done anything. I bet. Sorry I couldn't be of any help. Oh, not much anymore. I'm here to pick up some cargo, but the strike? Oh, they've been at it for a while. A month. Apples. Yeah, apples.
He's given you the runaround.
It's about biological determinism, natural law. Not the most popular topic nowadays, with a coalition in charge, you know. You might want... I'm not just racist. Look, I've read people who've studied these things say that you and me are superior by... So, lately we Occidentals have experienced an unfortunate downturn when members of the superior race. This concerns you, policeman, so you better be vigilant. The damn kids are showing up good lately. It's true. Also, you need to realize the dangers of mixing races. Who knows what might happen if people don't stay in their birthplace? You might end up with a new sub-race, with unknown characteristics, leading to extra competition. That's why you've got to control the offspring. Don't push your luck, Runt.
The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says, 1 bottle equals... Your bottles clunk into the machine, and the money appears with a satisfying jingle. You're a rich... A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine.
Just ask me if you need anything from St. Baptiste. We don't stock prescription meds, but we do have Nosafed, Duramine, Magnesium, and Hypnogamma. Okay, here. I hope St. Baptiste makes you feel better or something.
You see several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf beneath a display of croissants and juice bottles. The raincoats are transparent, except for the big Fritta slogan. The packages are small, discreet, sloppily stacked, making them easier to take unnoticed.
What is what? If you want to buy one, then it's only 4 real.
Her attention is drawn to the raincoats. Stealing one undetected will now be more difficult. A colourful display of cigarettes and there, in that dark green glass, all in vain.
I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health.
Know this, you will never finish your alcohol quest if you don't buy beautiful alcohol.
Here you go, mister. No, Frick only sells legal drugs, like the law says.
There it is, a brave little army in your pocket. The first Smokes platoon. You picked the best one. This soldier is fat.
Oh yes, Bratan! Please!
Get a load of this rock and roll cop here, people.
Hey, you can't smoke in here.
Shut up. It's already happening. Repercussions? It will help you concentrate a bit. That much is true. Already you regret it. Look.
You've passed up your chance to start smoking cigarettes for...
Lorry stuck in the traffic jam. This big, heavy grab, the windows are clear. They've been recently washed. The driver has adorned his space. The back end of the cabin has a small perch to sleep. Large ashtrays. There are
racist nationalist paraphernalia. Not likely, yes. This guy's proud of who he is. Drapes it all over his machine.
Have a right to work. Hold up and stay frosty, everyone.
You here to fuck with us? Beat the honest worker down. Good. We're fighting for a cause here. Besides, we're not that different. It helps if people see us talking, cops and strikebreakers together. Shows authorities are on our side. Builds confidence. Rights of people. Rights of workers to have gainful employment, to make a salary, and feed their families. Maybe you should ask them the question. We have families to feed, you piece of shit.
So do we, Scott.
We were promised work. We'd be in there, working, if the bastards hadn't shut the gates. Main gate's locked. Would take heavy ordnance to bust it open, but try to get in through the second. And I don't mean the scrawny mess punk either. I mean head measurer. Or huge Seminese guy standing up there on the overhead passage. Won't let anyone by. The act's bad. Standing on a narrow bridge, he's got a I don't know how the Union has a trained killer up there. But that one's no joke, and my men are tough. Why don't you go arrest them instead? I'm sure they've done plenty.
It would be better for the neighborhood if you went home.
No! They will give up eventually. Or get drunk. Leave the button unguarded. Have fun. Union shits are on full. I know nothing about a murder. Wouldn't put it past these harbor bugs. Right to work! It's shameful. Cops doing nothing. You should bring backup. Open up the gates for us. Blockading gainful employment for work.
We are not picking a side in this, just pity.
Let us work! Honest men and women with rights. We came here to help the harbor run smoothly.
I have a question. Why do all these men follow your leadership?
You think they follow because I'm big and loud? No. When a bunch of ungrateful, lazy cockroaches can't get beats me, they mumble nonsense about board.
When the man moves around, you perceive there's something odd in the way he carries himself. His set of clothing looks vaguely mismatched. The different pieces of the attire seem ill-fitting. His shirt is far too small and an unpleasantly tight fit, while the overalls, held up by a belt, seem to fit a man with much more corpulence. He ignores your question, choosing instead to turn to the emaciated workers, raising both fists in the air. The clothes are obviously not his. Silence is the answer. You've been talking to him for quite a while now. Something is
butted to you. Big mess, caused by Union Greed. But I only fight for the rights of people. We're all workers, right? Workers stick together. Came from the eminent domain, in Jamrock. Backgrounds in odd jobs, heavy lifting, cargo hauling, bouncer work. I know the drill. Worked at Territorial. Ring a bell? Uh-huh. It was a long time ago. What's it to you? Am I a suspect? Done no crimes. I only fight for the rights of people.
The man has turned his attention elsewhere. He shakes his fist slowly while observing.
Scab? A kind of a worm, content with mere survival. They come, they want to do our job for shittier pay. Gotta be bloody stupid or freaking evil to scab. Or I guess, personally, I'd rather beg than scab. If the gentleman shouting on the street came begging, maybe they'd have gotten something. We've explained the matters, but they don't listen. This lot would be reasonable and go home if the big guy wasn't riling them up all the time. I was just messing with you. No one's ever seen. Imagine, you cops going on a strike, but then another cop. Speaking of, what brings the RCM here? To the wild north? Come to see the strife? Murder, huh? That sounds like a lot of hard work. You'd never see me investigating a murder. Probably not. I wouldn't even know where to start with that. Much better here at the harbor, for an honest union. The little boy had a good on his promise. To get me into trouble. To sick the pigs.
What happened?
I was asked to look into that armor situation. Official union probe, you know.
Did you?
At first I thought, why not? Maybe the piece. So I went to this boy. He said he'll make me his prison. Serves me right for doing menial footwork. I dropped that probe right then and there, and it still got me into. I learned that people don't want.
What else?
Not much. Technical stuff mostly. It's a minor nuisance. It's all good.
He thinks, not yet. Better to get this business out of the way.
I did some research into this armadura. Let's say I have friends at the library. I didn't get into the material science, just how it comes off.
How does it come off?
In parts. 4 in total. The helmet was the first to go. The kid says he tore it off and kicked it into the sea. I believe him. So, as I count, there are 2 parts missing. The gauntlets and the cuirass. This is where I left off. Too much hassle. More like a job for some militia. Oh, they're just gone. They don't exist anymore, if they ever did at all. Forget about them.
I agree, officer. Let's focus on that.
Nice. From what I learned, it was a very heavy, boring... No problem. If you see that kid, thank him from Call Me Mañana. Thank him for showing me the way. Body still hanging in the tree? I'm not really an admirer of dead bodies. Might be someone else from the Union can undress. I don't operate in that capacity. I'm not a granter of passage. I walk right past Measurehead and go in. Yeah, the 2.5-meter tall Semini Supremus is there. Walk right, then press the button to unlock the door. Then go past him again, and you enter the arbor through the office. Está.
The man whispers a jaunty tune.
You know, serious business. I'm sure the big boss will be glad to tell you. You'll have to ask him first.
He's a chatty guy. Wants to talk about the strike. Return once you've met the union boss and are on a better...
Nobody betrays your degenerate.
Yeah, Measurehead. His body totally betrays his degeneracy.
That is precisely. You reek of it. An invisible sword of Al-Ghul emerges from your throat. You cannot see it, but others can. No, you don't. You need to get another drink. Occidental upload begging for help. Attempting to pass. You gave the world. You dominated lesser cultures. You will be superseded. Isn't that right, babe?
It is, baby, yeah. You know it.
There is a button right behind him. Just, this man is not budging. Let's hope his superiors inside are more cooperative.
Enough with this begging. You should leave the stage of history with dignity by inviting the other races to a great world. Bring your troops to the Simonine Island. The walls will be lined with bottles of Al-Ghul, your beloved beverage. Inside, we will store the oaths to racists are generally. I am not like them. I am craniometric perfection. I have correct.
He does not so much as glance at the object.
Stop showing me your pathetic cup.
Does he strike you as the kind of man who puts monks into...
Don't be vulgar. White or not has got little to do with this. The Mr. Claire is a man of vision. Also, to serve is noble. It takes discipline. Your petulant individualism. You have gotten these ideas from degenerate youth culture, have you not? You have offshoots of the semin. I am not surprised you enjoy it so much. This has happened to many. The South Island race. We are the future. I am a descendant. The narrow streets of Ulimbuir are with me in my genetic dreams. No, I have heard about it on the radio. Yes.
I think this racist is better than the last, but the next racist will be the really good one. There always is.
Race is reality.
Go ahead. Don't be shy. Just ask for race secrets.
Inane popular culture lingo. It is intellectually
We still need to get into the harbor. We need help with the tree situation. There must be another way.
As you turn, a bright light catches your eye. From a distant sunset, a stage light, flash photography, nowhere in particular. Yeah, you have. You're a big dick cop, Dick Mullen. Salem Rocky Buck. With a sudden flash, the world freezes around you. And you...
Wandering man. How can I help you? Sorry, busy surveying the situation. I'm sure you'll figure something out. Wiretapping, telescopic batons, futuristic circuit bending to infiltrate harbor, or calling in tactical air support. You guys have air support, right?
Because we don't. We don't.
I get it. Hush hush about the secret technology. All right, I may have some advice for you on how to deal with... First, don't fight him, obviously. Second, get him to share his theory by being subordinate.
Maybe that would work. We'll have to see.
Sure thing, my friend. I can help you out.
The coin lands into your hand as if it has always belonged there. The swallow returned.
Always glad to help out the RCM. Shame I can't... You know, the winter's fat is slowly running out and all. Still better than scabbing, though. I'm always glad to help out when possible. Not like these slithering scabs.
Your race descent has only worsened since I last saw you. You have...
Just try again. This is one of those things where the wise sage wants you to exhibit perseverance.
Inane popular culture lingo. It is intellectually uninteresting to suck anything to...
Yes?
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you? Sorry, busy surveying, wiretapping, or calling in tactical air support. I get it. Hush. All right, I may have some advice for you. First, don't fight him, obviously.
Maybe that would work.
Right to work! Right to work! Not before you get in there and get your ass whooped. Learn by fail.
He might have some advice, but you got to at least try to fight Measurehead first. Return if you fail.
Your race descent has only worsened since I last saw you. You have really let yourself go.
How did this happen? Your little fist is in his giant hand.
You must be out of your mind, degenerate drunk. Say it. I am a good. Now leave before you humiliate your homoerotic organization any further.
I'd appreciate it if you didn't force us into situations where I'm not even sure the one bullet my chamber holds would even prick that Hulk. There must be some other way. Let's go see the yard again. It faces the other end of the harbor. We're done with Measurehead here. Let's think of something else.
Nice aggression with the native. Don't let the chief fool you next time. You don't need to be that up in his face. Leave yourself space to move.
Not bad advice, actually. This might do the trick.
Let's talk about our right to work. No, I'm not a fighter. I'm a worker.
Hello again, officer. How are things? Oh, okay. Thanks for keeping me in the know, sir. Since the street sign's messed up? Okay, some shops and a bridge. The canal bridge leads to the just coast. No problem.
An inconspicuous pile. The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and white boots. His skin is marbled.
Yes? What do you want to know? You mean like a brief? 3 days ago, the RCM emergencies desk received... During that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings. The caller did not identify him, but used the word lynching. A security guard. They didn't identify themselves in any way. There's a strong prejudice against involving... Okay, well, good.
Fuck does Kuno care? So? Fuck, okay.
Kuno sent your fat ass running.
Look, pig, Kuno sent you to rough some people up. Kuno played you. That happened. Now you and Kuno, what is this? Trying to be cool with your new... After this shit, you better...
Yeah, real interesting.
doesn't...
Hello again, sweetie. Oh, sweetie, I heard your
You've got guns of steel and a chiseled jaw somewhere under the bloated apple. Try to force a tear out of your duct. Really...
Officer, get a hold of yourself, please.
Sweetie, I'm sorry, but I think you... Oh, no, I'm so sorry.
That sugary black rum stain on the counter makes you teary-eyed with joy. It's almost touching how syrupy and sticky it is. How long have you been up already? Attaboy. It's coming back to him. You had your mesolimbic reward pathway worried there. Not thinking about drink, forget about the bar. Or don't forget about it. You should totally try to get a drink there too. Calmly, the lieutenant looks out of the window. Then...
What are you doing? We should move.
A real drink would go well with those cigarettes. The worker is in a deep slumber. Perhaps he's on his way to where you just came. A colorful piece of plastic is dangling from his carabiner. It's a dock worker's ID, doubling as a shift card and a job permit. A young, able-bodied man stares back. Your fingers find their way into the shackle. Flicking, the man emits a loud snore. Is he about to wake up? Doesn't look like it, but you never know. You slip the plastic ID card out of the loop and pocket it. The man, you find a black paper note with a woman's profile on it. Seems like this woman, yum yum, money. The sleeping dock worker has little to say about your...
Can I help you? Yes, have you got it? A lot. A lot. A lot. For the room, drinks, and Yes.
A thin man is smoking below an exhaust hood. Occasionally, as you step in, he nods toward it must be his name. Goranci. Goranci? The man puts his cup down and replies something. His left hand, he smiles and bangs his ladle against each of his pots in turn. You see a heavy steel door with you immediately feel drawn to the color. Blue is the cobalt blue surface feels rough. Old cobalt paint, rough on the finger. The door does not budge.
You do? It's a door in the back of the kitchen. Why do you care where it leads? Yes, I suppose it's worth seeing if we can get in. Just to be thorough. If you say so, Gart is the person to ask about this. The cafeteria manager.
Can I help you? Another thing. Great. I love... Oh, yes, that door, sure. There's nothing mysterious. No, I don't have a key. I don't know how to get there. And I don't care either. Or some boring storage space with a bunch of old junk and dust.
He's attempting to maintain an air of indifference. It's absolutely...
Fine, okay, a little. But my job doesn't leave me... So, I haven't opened it. I have cleaned the whole place 100 times over, though. After the animals. And I haven't... Yes?
The door is closed. Still, the lieutenant this door can only be opened with a key or from the Kim also tries not to look at the pile of taped viscera on the carpet or the weird suitcase on the hat. He nods. He takes a step toward the door, like he'd like to leave. The bed is cold and not particularly inviting.
The option to go to sleep becomes available every night after 9 p.m.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression. There are clothes inside. Cheap second-hand.
Don't be shy. These are premium class clothes.
You find your hands deep in tattered and faded.
Economical, but also trendy. Look first-hand. Buy second-hand.
Something cold grazes your hand.
Good choice, officer. Mega sporty. And it's only $4.50 for you, sir.
You see two lowly, defeated speakers.
I can see you with taste for luxury.
A pair of found...
Those sneakers, mister.
Only? That's madness. These once respectable speakers have been
No, don't look at the speakers, officer. Look at the sneakers. These, officer? These speakers are Samaran garbage. No way, officer. These aren't for sale. They're bad speakers, low-fi socialist junk. No, officer, you're a high-class policeman who accepts nothing less than the best. Lucky for you, I've got the best on sale. You do, officer, you do. Remember, we don't have to resort to socialism. We can have nice things too.
You see a Samaran street. The name Sileng is embroidered over his breast.
Happy shopping, officer. Everything's cool. You're very cool. Bang, 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 bang. You're right, officer. 100%. No playing around then. Me? It's a boring story, officer. Very sharp, officer. I'm Serais, from the Sigai province of the Serais Empire.
The apricot suzerainty is what the Sigai archipelago is.
No, apricots come from Sigai. Speaking of, why not support an independent...
There's a pile of cheap
You like sunglasses, officer? I've got the latest...
These are all
These are all first-rate sunglasses. Premium design.
abort. These are hideous.
Damn, officer! You look like a man.
They're perfect for concealing. It's going to be very...
No, you are definitely not buying those.
Are you sure? But they look so good on you. You should think this through, officer.
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding. Try to find something pretty and cool here. Then use it. Yes. Buy something nice. A figurine. Big men on big horses, clad in
Franco-Nigerian knights.
a long, long time ago. They're not all blue. These figurines also wear gold coats and caps.
Which ones? Ah, those. Yeah.
This set of soldiers is...
You're probably talking about the revolution. I think their poverty has been exaggerated for effect. When you place them, I don't like either set very much, to be honest.
Why? What's this? A headless man riding a horse? A headless man wearing...
Oh, that's the Headless Phone Rider. The Headless Phone Rider. It's an urban legend. 50 cents. Bargain price. I'll throw in the tiny cap too. I think he's looking for it, or something. That part of the story has many interpretations. Did I mention that this figurine is supposed to be lucky? Always carry...
A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps. The light pole has been carefully cut, and the wiring has been redone. The light pole has been carefully cut.
Yes, officer.
His manner is casual, but his speech...
It was brought to...
We are not here to investigate the theft. You have to admit it's rather clever.
700 real. A bargain, I dare say. Hey, I don't know where it came from.
The boomboxes on the shelf look well loved. One especially catches your eye. This is you. Go, just make sure it works before you buy it.
If police work means playing tapes, sure. Is the Harmon Welshie W2? It's not often that I... What can I do?
His courtesy is not insincere, but he prefers being alone with his projector, just watching the movement.
I haven't had any problems
Who are your customers?
All kinds of people come through here. Locals, travelers. As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from. It keeps me...
entertained. He might be high. If he is, on what?
Someone else came here earlier today asking the same question.
The lieutenant shifts from one foot to another, alert.
She didn't seem like a policeman, although she kept referring to us, truth be told.
Right, so let me get this right. You sold your sidearm, issued by the citizens' militia, and now a civilian. It's possible in these parts of town.
My apologies of it.
A needle in a haystack. There is nothing you can do about it now. You'll just have...
Of course.
Okay, he definitely is high.
I doubt it, but I do my best to keep my distance from all the corpse behind the hostel, I assume. Ask around the harbour. There might be some workers there who'd be willing to help.
The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the dancing cut.
Let me have a look. Oh, no. Aphotic paths, counter-radiance networks, anti-magnetism. I'm not purchasing anymore, and especially that tie. It swallows photons around it.
Your mother is a necrotic!
Anything else you're thinking of selling? Another time, perhaps.
Feeling warm and enthralled by the movement of light, a drug developed by the military to treat and prevent radiation sickness. It has psychedelic side effects, and it makes your eyes turn yellow.
How would I know? I've had to take it, you know, since the people...
He's taking it for mental and emotional, not physical pain these days.
A bad idea. Some poor leftist built a particle decay generator in hopes of bringing affordable electricity to us. There's a reason why everyone's tried. So much disappointment. And no one's.
So much.
A bunch of poor people built them. We were an all-volunteer force. I lived by the river since I was a small... There wasn't much the volunteer force could do, however. There's a reason why everyone's tried to forget it. So much disappointment. No one's.
So much bitterness.
A bunch of poor people built themselves a primitive nuclear reactor. The cleanup happened, so I came to Martinez. I like the theory more than the story.
Yeah, you gotta get in on the...
You said you'd done it before.
The lieutenant steps away. But go ahead then, he thinks. As long as you can...
If you say so. Here you go, man.
Yes, darling. That's the coalition government ordained parole.
Of course. Sure thing. You were adamant about getting rid of it, and I don't like keeping guns around. Sure, man.
Some kind of superstar. They say the world isn't ready for a rock and roll cop.
Evening, officers.
A burly man hangs out by the waterlock, carving up a generous serving of salami with an old hunter's knife. His eyes are fixed. His posture is relaxed. Despite his powerful build,
My friend Barry the Butcher is stuck on the other side of the waterlock. I'm keeping him company and eating this salami.
from the corner of your eye, you see a man in a yellow shirt and grey.
Very good stuff. Anything I can do for you? I wasn't here to witness it, but those look like tire tracks on that sign.
The words, "Dear."
Too bad it also takes a year and a day to repair anything around here. Especially a water. Well, there's the fishing village, an abandoned fish market, a bizarre... Yeah, not really much. Sure thing. Want some too, officer?
Why not?
This is a wall on the side of an apartment building. You have no clue. It's just so many walls all over my...
Can't believe you didn't take the shot.
There must be another way into the building.
Down there.
Hey, up here, Piggo.
A sturdy metal door guards the southwest entrance to... The door rattles against your... The door rattles again.
Stop banging on the door! I'm not letting any more strangers inside. The police? Everyone knows the police don't come. No, I already told you. I won't be responsible. Go check the backyard door. Maybe someone there will.
Backyard door. There must be another entrance to the east.
Madame, I assure you.
There is no reply. A striking woman leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling.
Good evening, officers. Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must nothing, honestly. I've said it to every drunk in town, and you're the first one who's responded. I'm glad to see you here. I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching.
That is good to hear, Madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that his record...
It happens quicker than a shooting star.
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full cooperation, and the full cooperation of the Wild Pine. That's the man who was killed. I'm afraid this is a better not tie the forestay to the backstay on this. I hope there is something else I can help you with. Why, yes I am. Of course there are. We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around? Yes, we are. We are on Le Caillou. I haven't seen anyone else drive a suit.
Actually, that motor carriage has been specially issued. It's for crossing long distance.
Neither is this. A toy, I mean. It's a machine. Officer, I assure you, I'm...
The crowns of her teeth. Qualified pleasure craft operator.
I just renewed its safety inspection last month, officers. It is completely seaworthy.
Actually, you don't. It is a little-known fact among those who police that the Wayfarer Act specifically denies the RCM the authority to demand anyone's operator license. Unless it's their passport. No. Do you want...
Of course.
The woman is silent, smiling while the woman, born in the year 3 in the commune of Revachol, smiles at you, face adorned with frown lines and crow.
Yes, but Joyce is much more efficient. My husband is. I have dual citizenship, a Vespertine.
She nods and returns the plastic bag to her coat.
The boat? No.
The word, it, feels strange.
It's a pleasure craft. A 19-pacer. Okay. How about because it was manufactured in Revachol East by a company called Cordelechi, and its hull is 19 paces long. Why Dolores? Well, it means nothing to me. I think my sloop, I like it.
I'm enjoying this part of the interview.
I really do, the lieutenant.
Good. What we do. I'm afraid the Pines' core competency is logistics. Container ship, and that is the terminal. Another subdivision. I'm not at liberty to discuss the company.
$1 billion?
And to think, there are years. Walpines employ 72,000 people, all of whom have families that they started as an centuries of care, deliberation, and...
She nods.
This reality. No, but please, a little... What? Such an acute encephalopathy.
Don't be phased, madame.
We may be here a while then.
All right, we're in. I know these all look good.
We're in Martinez, baby. Martinez is a district of Revachol. You would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant, they say. Forgotten. I'm not a good ambassador. I've only been here once before. This place used to be a province. a workers' resort before the city swallowed it and the artillery. It's not really a sea, it's... Yes. We're on an...
Vast, lukewarm, and unknowable.
Caillou, as you already know. Imagine a pebble.
It is clear this pebble.
Caillou, as you already know.
It is clear this pebble.
Revachol. The great...
As if it's self-explanatory.
History detective. They built this city, the nations of the Occident, or migrant in the DeLorean century. They say it's where the terrible questions of our time will be answered. By that I mean, conflicts. We are standing on a fertile, self-sufficient island, able to sustain up to... Oh, we're quite a way off. 22 kilometers from the center of the world. That's...
Silence. She lowers her hand. The water, the light, there is no recognition. Only the immense... She observes your eyes scanning the horizon. This is one thought you need.
Was there something else you want?
This has been informative. Thank you, ma'am. Might I suggest not asking them all?
Absolutely. My commitment here is long.
That is understandable, but perhaps it's better.
Indeed. I'm always... These are unimportant times, detective, for the big time, the revolution. It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next. Those would be the communists. Generally speaking... Oh, and the anarchists too. Did they ever? Before they got shot themselves, they shot 2 million people.
Yeah, it was a kerfuffle.
Yes. Oh, lots of people. Even the king got shot in the head, or thrown beneath a horse, or drowned. The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as a venture capitalist in Grad. About head shooting, the liberals got the mineral rights. And by mineral rights, they didn't win so much as survive. We were the last to foreign intervention. The coalition of nations. Grad, the moralists believe in keeping everything exactly the way, at least not in the same manner and volume.
The rulers of revolution.
This is their zone of control. They embolden the RCM with crumbs of the same law they took. Technically, an almost endearingly moralist stamp. The turn of the century revolution. The revolution began in 02. It wasn't a who, but a what. A pandemic of Sarat, a particularly virulent prion disease, which the from Revachol and Grad. Why, you and I...
Something tells you her life and yours are not that similar.
Modernity. They developed the marvel. 43 years. Hard to fathom mine. The 20s saw a decade of urban war. The 30s? Things settled down in the 30s. Revachol East transformed. No. It was a mark. Welcome to reality, baby. Good question. What would you have done differently? So a quarter of humanity simply lost their minds. And how would you stop a prion? A poor remedy for prion disease. Coupri? Resplendent.
Opinions expressed here.
And what is your...
My position, ma'am?
Understandable. They are what they are. Anyway, enough sentimental. It's a neurological disorder caused by... Well, it's either bariatric surgery...
She nods. What this boils down to...
Yes, and perform autoerotic asphyxiation on yourself!
She stares at you, head tilted to the side.
She
won't maneuver her way out of this one.
I am the vilest of the vile. I am an ultra.
She raises the corner of her mouth.
An ultra-liberal. It's a type of liberal. From the revolution. It's, haven't you heard? We surrendered the nation to financier pirates. No sane...
In her green eyes you see a mixture of truth and self-sacrifice.
A fitting punishment. When the dust settled, the liberals were the only ones left. With due respect to our overlords, the eternal, I would not have relinquished sovereignty.
She realizes her small...
Then for my daughters, we had an obligation to defend our sovereignty. We should have burned the whole Isla down rather than let them have it.
Dark orange flames reflect in her...
Yes. Whatever else I am. I'm also a mother. A bird? A Svenicid? Or two. A pre-revolutionary tenement. Old buildings are called... This one used to be mostly the urban middle...
Splat, splat.
Wonderful. The girl in the old lady rags looks like a sullen and rebellious member of... Yes, you and I belong to the supraculture. We're common, the herd. She prefers a fantasy world, an infracult. Young people who dye their hair funny colors and wear old people... All right. What next? Glad to have been of assistance. Everything. Right up to, but not including. First, you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade in Aliments. That gives me the right... Why? By throwing off half a... But I am derailing us. You want... I believe the official title is Senior...
And how are the two?
They're not.
Wait, she just admitted that the lynching and the strike are connected.
Now they won't even let me into the harbour. There's a 2-meter-20 race... Yes, Jean-Luc Measurehead. Yes, I believe there is a... Let's say I was not...
And when did you first?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of...
But the strike...
I wasn't the original negotiator here.
This isn't the first time.
Heavens, no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the Union won. Everard Clare is a man of the... Of course not. Everard is fantastically... He is the most corrupt individual I... Yes. Edgar looks exactly like his brother. Except for that lazy... It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see. With a funny little switcheroo. While in off... The Débardeurs Union was once organized labor at its best, as they say.
A mob. The Débardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but... I'm afraid our consent... And your opinion, detective, if I may ask. I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Of course, officer. Everard Clare is a man... Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood. He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen. Have you seen him? Edgar looks exactly like his brother. It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see. With a funny little... Of course. The scabs.
Don't let her answer it herself.
If they were organized by Wild Pines or its affiliates, then it would be a company... I'm glad you asked. There was a woman...
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of...
This forewoman, her name?
Sadly, the company records do not even give a name. She's just forewoman, indeed. The point of the presentation...
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
There are leaflets everywhere, and every worker, a member of the board. In its defense, another said, demand democracy. Fortunately, they explained it. Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals. I'm not sure. And now... People...
Excuse me.
I first heard it from the boyer at the gates. The what?
This checks out.
Mr. Clare told... Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of... Yes. Keep in mind... Of course. However, quite a few things. The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets.
Of course, ma'am. And this is my colleague from Precinct 4.
How curious. Why is... How can I forget? I was hoping your condition was rhetorical, detective. A questioning technique. I have sympathy for your highly unusual conditions, sir.
I understand the dictates of...
I'm afraid not, Lieutenant.
Hang on. She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial feelings will guide the way.
I assure you, it is no small matter for me either. We all share the responsibility.
She's silent. The wind.
Officer. You know, I don't mean to sound cold, but if you want something...
You're doing it, despite your own...
I'll be frank with you. If I'm going to break... The Union is conducting drug trade out of the harbour. Or you can find your bag.
Detective, a word in private before we continue.
What's this? We're getting reports of normal, reasonable, temperate, political opinions somewhere in Martinez. It's also about that. It's time to become a citizen of the Kingdom of Conscience. It is not a place. It is a moment in time that can only arise in the right circumstances in all of human history. Increment. Yawn. You'd get there. History's greatest catastrophe. That's the genius of Dolores Day. She recognized that progress is meaningless. Tisk tisk. Just because you may never live to see the king. What sang-froid? What a fucking joke. What you want is immaterial. There it is, a brave little army in your pocket. The first Smokes platoon. You picked the best one.
Oh yes, Bratan! Please light up! You...
Get a load of this rock and roll cop here, people. Johnny Thundercop fishes a thick, warm smoke gets sucked down into your lungs. Immediately, you feel a warm nostalgia fill your head, body, and soul. A nostalgia for yourself.
In the bottom right corner of the screen, there's a cigarettes button. Cigarettes gives +1 to intellect skills.
This is not going quite as I hoped it would, Detective. Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance, and you know, not volunteer us to be her henchman. This woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced badge all along. Or she Oh, that would be fantastic, but do we have that? You could request a new one from the station, but no. If there is reasonable... What I propose is...
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? More lessons in basic reality? My favourite part of the day. Go ahead. I'm glad to have been a visit. It's quite straightforward.
Ingredients for...
Meth and dextroamphetamine, GBL and various synthetic... Yes. After they...
Wildpine seems to be well apprised of the local drug trade, ma'am. Do you mean to...
We're in logistics. It's our business. Yes, but you won't get anything out of Everard, unlikely officer. Perhaps you've noticed that... I'll be explicit. We did.
We know the company has launched...
Well... Here's your chance of... No. We asked East... This is a limited... Thousands of liters...
Well, at least...
What is that, Lieutenant?
Why I had to call East Motor Track and beg them to open it.
I am sorry for the inconvenience, Lieutenant Kisaragi. But the two might...
Or not.
As eager as I am to share it, how do you think they're financing this strike?
There was a shakedown of local businesses preceding the strike.
With all due respect to these desert... Precisely. Smuggled out of that very gate at night, most likely. Yes? Excellent. According to my reports, it may come to nothing, or it may just... In the meantime, let me know if there's any other way. Of course, Detective. You're back. Good. The streets will flow red once more.
The streets will not flow red with anything.
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else? And here I was trying to be polite. I ain't no snitch, pigst.
Actually, there is a short.
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant, fucko.
The lieutenant is desperately searching for another handkerchief. Hatred, disgust. It's difficult to tell which of the two is more present in her girlish features. The woman on the boat.
That Ozon her. Someone's got to keep an eye on her.
Ozon is an archipelago.
On a first-name basis with her, are we? Piggy's moving up. It's where they grow whores like Pig's not half as dumb as he looks. Can't you tell? I'm painting a... I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting. This place is severe. I thought I'd mix it up. You know, yeah? Thanks. I'm sure the inspiration will come to me now that I have an official ask. Watch your back.
We should think about calling it a day, maybe. The nights are still missing. You should take care of that, then. Let's talk to him anyway. An officer of the RCM shouldn't be sleeping in the street. We'll figure.
A sturdy metal door guards the southwest.
There must be another way into the building.
I can't get involved in this.
You see a young man on a...
Not looking for any trouble, officer. There's no trouble. I don't want to be seen talking.
It's the god of... Don't let him go. This could be your witness.
Is it really that important?
Like a nervous cat.
All right, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run. I'd even go so far as to say that the view is a little too good, my...
We will remove the body as soon...
Oh. You already asked me that, didn't you? No, not you. Some more muscular type.
And when did you speak to this...
Last week? I don't know.
You didn't answer the question.
It was my Sunday friend.
A Sunday friend. He doesn't reply.
My name?
Martin Martinez. Good local name.
No. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going.
This isn't the place or time for questions. For a moment, the man on...
I am sorry, but I really don't have...
But, hold on. What's that? For a split second, it's a sign.
Good luck with the investigation.
He's gone. No point in running. Tenements like these often have multiple exits. He could be a witness. Him or his... He did leave us a sign. Did you see that? If we find a way inside the building, we can ask around.
A stone, like any other. There's a key beneath it. Rusty.
This must be for the front door. Pity that we'll just have to go in and see.
This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk no reply. It's a solid lump of metal, but the shackle is better whip out those cutters. You won't get very far otherwise. This door has been closed with a padlock. The shackle snaps like a twig.
After you, detective.
A plaster cast bust depicts a middle-aged man. Krasmazov, nom de guerre, was an...
The White Star, the photos on the wall. I think we have broken into the apartment of a young...
You hear someone walking around inside. The walking stops. You can feel tension. A poor communard from the...
Do I have to open the door? Do you have a warrant?
Let's go. We don't have a reason to get in.
Give me a moment. The cold never does any good for my bronchi. I'm fine. Fine. Don't you worry. Now, what do you...
She's the cleaning lady. She knows the...
Oh, you'll find plenty of Martins here. Don't you worry. Pea-brain. Someone played a trick on you. Martinez is a name for anyone who comes...
Oops. You really...
I thought it was obvious. Anyway, officer, we don't have the witness's name.
Yes. I know who you mean.
Somewhere in the building.
What's he in trouble for? Talk? He lives upstairs in room 28. Go to the balcony.
Thank you. We should go check.
Ask away, policeman. No one lives there? Impossible. I would know if someone had moved in there. Maybe it's those countercultural people again. Breaking into a... Great. Young people. Their people come and go. Oh, that one is a scientist. I think he studies astrology. Something to do with all those stars around his... The symbol of what now? Never heard of it. The artiste? Nothing. She leaves an old lady.
She mumbles some kind of a...
I know. If you can call it, it's barely bigger than a closet.
You hear someone walking around inside.
Excuse me? Of course not. Oh, come on.
That was smart.
The luxury of fine things. Just look at those black monk straps. Beautiful things. Remember, when they come to... Wow, you work hard. Oh, yes, you hustle. Oh yeah, like a horse. Look at yourself. You're a human pedometer. That is the sign of a hustler who never gives up. The world is harsh. That's just what it's like. It ain't easy, but you do it. Day in and day out. You didn't make the rules. Sure. And has it been easy? Is life easy? Are you rich? That's right. You work harder than anyone. You almost rode yourself to the grave. The Gart man has set himself up one of those self-replicating money structures. You should learn from it. Because of the taxes, every time 98% of all your money. What are you, a racist? Don't be a racist. Be a...
Satisfied? My name is Marielle Charpentier, and I'm an agent with Martinet. Do you want to see my ID as well?
It feels flimsy in hand, with the words...
Thank you. Do you have any questions? I need to get it ready for the next lease, but as you can see, the previous tenant it was some kind of a but that was months ago. It is. Everyone says the real estate agent, so the sooner we get this over... Oh, that's another huge mess. The former tenant owes us, and again, I have no idea how stupid mistakes like this can even happen. But Ron...
So preppy. She's probably on some low...
A hole in the wall. Can you believe it? And then the tenant ran off. Don't ask me what happened. Both apartments are now unrentable. Of course.
Give me a moment. I see. I hope some good people are finally going to move in. Yes. Well, I...
The piggies have learned how to saunter up staircases. I didn't think you... Yeah.
That smell coming from her paint bucket.
Red-dyed heavy fuel oil, intended for exclusive use in government.
What did you think I was using? Aquarels? Sucked it out. You ain't seen nothing yet, piggy boo.
The pockets of these new jeans are perfect. Hey, it's a chewing gum wrapper. Not familiar. A crinkled chewing gum wrapper. The worn label reads, Tutti Frutti. It smells... Good question. There is no answer or drawn by regret. Stop before you hurt. Good question. Drawn by you carefully fold the wrapper into a square. An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso. It almost looks like the electronic patterns inside are gone. For you to discover. You've gotten as far as you will without assistance. The note is written with a blue pencil on a piece of lined...
I don't know. I assume it's somewhere close.
Didn't you see one right next to the breaker box?
Really? You don't have a single... I'm placing my bets on a certain red-haired miscreant we met before. He'd probably try to pawn it for speed, based on our encounter. Looks like someone from that radio game.
The lieutenant... It's just a racist mug. Oh boy, here we go. What are you going to say about a broken, tossed-away mug that you dug out of the garbage? If you want to earn some... It's the ledger you found in the trash. A pitiful... There's a piece of toilet paper. Or it's a metaphor for you. Below the pathetics, it's just toilet paper sticking to the back of the plastic clip. Still wet. The toilet paper peels off the plastic easily. An aluminium block runs the width of the board, biting down on the paperwork. Its crocodile teeth are the only thing keeping the papers together. The surface is interrupted by a silvery sticker.
What? Yes, halogen. It depends. Aside from any capable light with the right wavelength will do. All RCM vehicles have headlights designed to reveal halogen watermarks. Mine too.
This means you can read the watermarks. If you...
Okay.
While a bunch of sodden... They're not exactly white. They're yellowed in patches. Once in a while, there's a red stamp. Work, strife. It's the middle of March. You have attempted 2 cases a week on average.
Huh? 2? That's a lot. That's okay.
Like a fan of girls, the check there is for precisely 1 more. 5th, the task you've completed. Inspect, get the body down. Interview the cafeteria manager. A satisfying slap. Things to be done.
No, actually. Any ideas? Great. That's great. I'm going to start calling it the Hanged Man. It's good we sorted this out.
Yes. It appears you employ a... Yes. All caps. Others appear more like... It's going to take an effort to
Yes, how very child... It's a holdover from the early days of the RC. Again, in your defense... I pray his love. Rail spiked through the head.
You don't exactly close them, so much as distance yourself from the smelly papers. Arson, petty... You don't exactly... In the back, you see thin then rip them from the butt. 3. The topmost are a monetary penalization. These are quite simple. A dozen pages of color of the irises. Yes, all that remains. The rest of the stinking cellulose. It's made of dark blue plastic, hard enough to... Blue. The blue heart. Don't look. Something rattles. The plastic shimmers like with your hands. You 4-sized pages hang from the clip, screwed to the top of the board. The acidic stench of rotting food is rubbed off on the set. Yes, you can piece them together using the alphanumeric code on the margin. It always begins with, why yes, every last alphanumeric in the files begins with it. And these are your case files. It's safe to say HDB are your. That is improbable. It takes about half an hour to piece one together using the system you've devised. Where do you want to start? AKA Leslie and Burke. You were so drunk, Leslie will always take his pants. The only way for Leslie to stop flashing his genitals to bypass. You would think that, but threatening, fines, dragging them to. It's plain to see from the files that you, Satellite Officer JV, and no, that's Burke. He must have confused it. In the process, the ledger sustains damage. The compartment within, reserved for. He came at us, can't get out of his apartment, and in which is also why the officer responsible. This one is relative. The mural is enormous. 2 silhouettes, a man and a woman. Our true love is possible. Only in. People call it that thing. The graffito crew is easy to track down. Only the belt. The case files do not show. The crew agrees to clean up the 9,000 people subjected to the mural's message. All of Lakeside, Central Jamrock, and Villalobos. A staggering 78% of voters choose to keep it. Turns out the opposition were a loud minority. And that love. Did someone ask what you believe? It would be very interesting. That's all you got. Who knows? Don't worry. Some assholes brought their couch outside and hung out on it. Yes, as you said here, they were leaving it out. Cigarette butts. No, you didn't have murder. Tum tum tum. At the hookah, Joseph Mills didn't get off the pot. Not yet. Okay, so the case is handed to you because Mills isn't getting anywhere. And no, it's soot and water vapor. Yeah, so no one enters, no one exits. Mills has no idea. See? You can't even read the thing without solving it. Smoking hookah. Didn't you hear? I don't know. Trying to come up with a movie script, maybe. Not much has changed in the meanwhile. It takes about half an hour to. Not much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of sodden papers. The slides snap back into place. Without resistance, 2 ticket stubs and a hand. 2 octopuses are smiling. Reaching the thin wax paper has been glued to a piece of cotton. It smells of chewing gum. Exactly like the gum wrapper you found. The familiar handwriting line. A young woman in her 20s. Harry, it begins. You're already reading. Throw it away, please. Your hand shakes, holding the card. Every morning every step I take, it grows. By the time I reach the fuel station, it has filled me. You. Every step I take will get lighter. Kisses, kisses, kisses. You feel the air sucked out of your lungs and the blood sucked out of your head. Everything. You feel the ledger slip from your hand. No, hold on. To what? There's.
Detective, is everything all right?
There is nothing again. Well, almost nothing. There is the ground below. That's me. Blue eyes, that's me. Who was what?
He speaks of the sickening longing, the unwell.
The call when you're
Here in the paleo mammalian, because it's always there.
bloated corpse of the past resurfacing. Don't prod at it. It will start moving. There is no Voyager Road. You think they would let you? Until you disintegrate in...
Yes, they're pouring something.
It's delicious. Glowing lights on a dashboard emerge out of nothingness. In the upholstered cabin of Lieutenant Kitsuragi's motor carriage, seated in the driver's basket.
Drink. Water.
The water is cold, silvery, the stuff of life.
Drink. You haven't drunk water in 2 days. Did you know the human body is not made to survive on alcohol alone?
With greedy gulps, you down half a liter of cold water.
What happened? That does sometimes happen. You dropped these. Are you okay? Good.
The Ledger of Failure and Hatred is a special item that can be used both as an interactable and
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of paper without resistance or sound. The words just crossed your mind somehow. Who do you think? You. It's slightly, ever so slightly. Without resist, you stare at the card, willing your hand. It's slightly, ever so slightly. There it is again. The scent of apricots with a touch of yes, from the height of antiquity. The sun sets into there is a movement next to you. The shuffle of a small. Why are you talking to a gum wrapper? Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out.
All right. Ready?
The dashboard lights up with the lights unfold.
There you go. I'll turn them off from the remote once you're done. We just need to stand in front of...
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone. As you hold your ledger's clip under the headlamp.
There she is.
Around the borders of the watermark are dust. The rectangular watermark is overlaid with the logo. You catch a faint glimmer from a broken beer bottle.
Martin, let me see. Right here. No, it does not.
There are many of them. The first row has 18 dots. The next is the long. There are so many. It's the last row. That's it.
Those are perforations. They represent your...
Son, here...
The first row represents your years of service. 18 years. Okay, not bad at all. That's what it says. I might have guessed even longer based on your age. What did you do? Fair point. This next row, the one... Wow, more than 200. It's quite a lot. Even for someone who's been on the force for nearly 2 decades. You call it what you want. Right. Those are your confirmed kills.
Confirmed kills? That sounds pretty evil. A drink would
For an RCM officer, there are certain officers, but it seems as though you are, or at least what... Yes. Everyone has their own method. Personally, I find it helps. Why not gardening? You've already got the yellow... If you want to pour out the booze you've been carrying, as you will.
The lieutenant nods.
Right. I'll go turn off the lights.
You can now see your statistics on your journal page. To the right of the task description.
Yes?
Because you're the best qualified. No, that doesn't seem right. You look dumb if you keep the lieutenant waiting for...
Can I help you?
Yes? What do you want to know? You mean like a brief? Do you want me to brief you? There's no reason to. 3 days ago, the RCM emerged. During that time, the victim had been stripped of his... Okay then. Was there any... No, it's not a... The deceased is a security guard for a corporation involved in a labor dispute. It doesn't take a DeLorean polymath to... Then you are in luck, because we are in the midst of a maid. I expect the case itself to be less challenging than navigating... Good. Excuse me? You have a distinctive way. I hope you don't take this the wrong way. It's just a collegial observation. They say it's a scene-clearing technique developed by one of your lieutenants for gathering I don't know. Containers contain, I guess. I'm making... What about me? Good. Let's change this. Yes?
Can I help you? Yes. Have you got it? Does that arrangement include you paying me what we already agreed?
I understand your predicament. I feel I must remind you that we are here to conduct...
Forgive me for saying this, but I mean no offense. It's really nothing personal. Good luck trying to use it. All the locks have an electronic component. They have to be unlocked down here with a master key before you're... Not until you bring me the...
Okay. I might have something in my motor carriage we can use when you're done here.
Oh, Lieutenant.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
I have something here we could sell.
Transport enclosure. The cage at the back of...
I confiscated this for a little while back. We can take them to the pawn shop down by the Martinez Canal.
The lieutenant nods as you as you tap on the gauge. The indicator...
Now, that's enough fun with the foldable...
If you don't mind, please put the flashlight away. Some of us have photonic sensitivities. I do appreciate it. Hello.
Yes, we'd like to sell these hubcaps.
Roy takes the hub.
Yes, these are
No one was defrauded or jumped.
Of course.
Thank you. Here's the 130 real you need.
Anything else you're thinking of selling? Oh, no. A photic path. Another time.
Can I help you? Can I help you? Yes. Have you got it? Well? Great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered. The electronic lock to your room has been disabled till 9 p.m. tomorrow. Please pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow. 20 real per night.
I'll take a room here too.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests. Another thing. Great. Yes?
This is the door to the room you redecorated.
Just a moment. You had some questions earlier, I believe.
The air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the...
Where shall we begin? We should talk about the investigation, first and foremost. But I also remember you wanting to discuss the RCM? Well, we inspected the victim's body, so our inspection could have been more thorough. The body is still hanging from that tree, which is unfortunate. We're both doing our... We weren't able to find the union leader, Everard Clare, much less interview him. We tried to interview the Wild Pines rep, but she asked us to do something. I have a feeling Joyce knows how dangerous the situation. Above all, though, today was exhausting.
I have a really good theory about why you're running so fast, son. Just you wait until we get up tomorrow.
It's impressive, to say the least. Those are some stylish shoes, too.
Thank you for the compliment. We could manage it even in wooden clogs.
They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Rebel Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines, yes, although indirectly. Officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of less than the prescribed fine amount. We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone, you can't. Those who don't show up, as you may have gathered from the fact that we are expected to carry a record of our kills, like the one in your waterworks, the coalition government. The RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order in the international zone after the... Or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether this... Be sentimental if you like. Either way, I have a cigarette every night when I go over.
Oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that.
You mean this?
Keeping the habit within the parade.
Yes. It's been a long and eventful day. The Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They have been running this... They're a union of center-left and center-right. Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not. Their motto is...
Something ominous. Something even a little fat. Something like the dark blue. Serial.
What do they believe in? They are DeLoreans. A historic figure? The author of the modern age?
For you, she is something painful.
The moral intern are a fact. I try not to... Do you? In fact, we would need them even if you didn't think that way. We are in what is called the twilight of international law. The laws we claim to enforce come from the MI. Without them, we are simply vigilantes. Spoken like a revolutionary, not a cop. But hypothetical aside...
The dying lights of the...
They really don't like us here. And the mouth on that kid... It's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the union, to the company. Not daring to come here more often. It's like I told you. We run this city. West of the river is RCM land. It's incredibly hard. Human beings are... But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization works. Our systems work. If they didn't, the city would... Probably not. Anyway...
He is very tired.
Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
The bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's yours. The sheets look awful. The sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath your weight as you... And then sleep doesn't come. Obviously, you're in bed with your... Maybe it's the bed's fault. It's a little better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed phrases still something to do with... What was it that the lieutenant said? Union? And it's gone again. Your thoughts lost between the... Your breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you, until your eye...
remember the scent of your childhood? Do you remember your wife's hand on your face? You know who I am. Reality will turn into a... Do you remember the warmth of her thighs, between her legs and in her mouth? That's right, funky baby. And you just tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends. They were only cramping your descent into the abyss. You failed Elysium. Everything you really tried. No, you haven't. You'll be back in those cold snakes.
Stinky.
You're not coming back from shit. You're trying to what? I can't hear you.
So something is wrong. Sleep should... Oh yes, party boy. And it's worst time to go to work in the shit factory.
Good going, buddy. Yes. Wait till you see the one. You don't know. You mean, why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even... That's not really true. Don't do that. Stay strong. The hangover will wear off. Speed is a potent central nervous system stimulant. You got up from this floor because of a holy vow you made 16 years ago. Don't be silly. There was no vow. You were, are you sure, ready to live as this pathetic shell of yourself for days? Basically, suit yourself, slow. The door is closed. Still nothing. This door...
Morning. Looks like we can get to work at once. The union muscle turned up. They look rough. I completely forgot. Sorry, one loose thread less to worry about. And one big problem to replace it. One more thing before we do. We don't have to talk to them.
Yeah, streetwise. Zoom right, but aren't you?
They're in no hurry to leave.
Can I help you?
Just a moment. And there's no...
The closest phone booth is down the coast. Sorry.
It's fine, I understand. Please don't trouble yourself about me. The union office probably has a phone, but I can't really get there. The manager was...
Why would he be vague about phone?
To let the young woman who's house-sitting for us know that I was also hoping she'd heard from Morel. That's just it. But you have more important things to worry about. Oh dear. I'm not sure. Well, his he...
The lieutenant put...
One other thing. We'll be celebrating our 16th anniversary this via dating agency. We hit it off and, well...
She's skipping over some important...
I hope I've been useful. Just some field work, sweetie. But they should have returned by now.
The water lock. That was broken. Could this be it?
Oh my. What happened to the water? Well, whatever the cause,
You're welcome, ma'am.
I hate to ask, but if your investigation...
This will surely lead to a cryptozoology.
And if you see him, let him know. Oh, you're such a dear. Thank you, sweetie. Oh, sweetie, it's fascinating.
The lieutenant gives you a sideways glance.
Well?
Oh, yeah.
Where other phasmids imitate sticks or leaves, this one's a living reed. It's disguised, hence its name, the Insulindian phasmid.
To be honest,
I smell suit.
It's...
Establishment. I thought so.
Well, some teenagers making out in the reed saw one. They didn't know what it was, of course, but there was a brief article. Of course, most phasmid sightings turn out... Not at all. Why else would... Yes, it can blend in almost perfectly among the reeds.
That's not special at all. Of course it blends in. Most insects do.
Oh, I doubt it. No one gets into... Oh, dear. Morel can explain it all much... Oh, yes.
It's a pseudoscience that...
That's one of...
My apologies.
It's not a hobby. Searching for such species called cryptids is difficult and...
There's really no point in manipulating anyone. She'd be...
Oh, I'd be...
One cryptid, not a couple. One. This won't turn into some kind of cryptid extravaganza.
He nods. Cryptids... Ooh, tough choice there.
That would be the giant. The giant lives in the most arid parts of the vast Coconut, mirage, or no one knows for sure. The towering.
Who are you?
That's what makes it so big. There are limits.
Great. This is good.
Hey, you promised you'd only...
The lieutenant put something in him.
Ah, fuck it.
Well, the bacteria. Michanu disappeared shortly after injecting herself with the Yes.
It's actually a little hard to see.
Yes, and we can assume that the gnome of Jeroma. Oh, yes. None of its victims survived. It was reportedly a small creature. A couple of campers found it when it still took the gnome of Jeroma, and it...
If the body of the creature...
Alas, instead, all the... Yes! It's the kind green ape. Yes, it was reported by soldiers in South Safra. Yes, it has amazing healing qualities. Some soldiers reported growing back. Indeed, there is. Which is to say, the kind green ape is a species with which we share a common ancestor, and that evolved parallel.
The lieutenant looks...
Oh, no, I didn't mean to imply that Sailite...
A tremendous evolutionary...
What an interest.
Of course. All fairy tale. Okay, I won't spoil you.
It's the Col de Mama d'Aqua. It could be. Like nothing, it's such a...
Fine, I'll bite.
Many scientists have asked the same question. Some have claimed plenty. When playing back recordings they had made, the scientists soon they realized that they had discovered a new... They grew quite a... Sequester, Time, Joscan. What about what? I'm glad you like them, but I'm not really one to tell you.
The man ponders his cooking utensil. He looks up at you. Shrugging is an international sign for no. You see a heavy...
Let me handle this. Detective disorientated. Are you still wondering where you are? This is Martinez, in case you forgot. Yes, extremely normal. So let's get to it. You're looking for Titus Hardy? You think he has information that will help? That's Titus.
It doesn't matter if...
She says nothing. Her glare speaks for her.
What are we going to do to you? The Union isn't... If anything, it is the RCM who do things to people. Like I already told you, what you want is of no significance. Aggressive, you make your...
So you...
Listen, you moral intern lackeys. You're a mob.
Fuck yeah.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders. Let's.
This is where you say your bit.
Detective.
Oh, this is a...
You're sure taking your time. Wait.
Oh, he was a real pretty boy.
Time to go to work.
Easy, boys. These janitors...
You might want to start asking your questions now.
Do a head count first. Connect these men to the tracks you saw in the yard. Starting from the right. Boot size sitting on his right. Across at the other tail. A symmetric burn on his neck. And then standard working boot. Steel. The emblem on his vest in the far corner. Standard working boot. Steel reinforced toes. Size 44. 40-something on his neck. Forget it. Let's call this one the musician. Size 41. With the light step. Not in the middle. Heaving and wheezing. In conclusion, these 7 are the actors on the crime scene. Exactly. You've stood there for about 4 seconds, not saying...
The fuck is with you, fella? What are you talking about, madman? There's no... Or what? You want...
Actually, boss, we've been talking.
She? So there's an 8th Hardy, and it's a Hardy girl? Who might it be? Elizabeth? The gardener?
Shut the fuck up, Glenn!
So let me get this straight. There is an 8th Hardy.
That's right. We're not talking. You're not cops here. Don't go...
Good. We are all watching.
There's no point in pushing it further, he thinks. This is already a victory. We'll learn...
I've got nothing to say to you. I am not.
You could be Liz. You could be any...
Even Ahmad?
He's right. With a face like that, she could be on the cover of Le Débutante.
So fucking what?
No, Glenn. They aren't. I am not.
You could be Liz.
Even Ahmad?
He's right. With a cold look in her eyes.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here. The pretty boy.
Funny. But my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with...
You mean these boots? We all got a pair. We wore... Yeah, we did this. Together. All of us. Until he was goddamn...
No. These 7 honest men have equally come forth. They told you what happened, so that you don't waste any more. Are you deaf? There will be no... Do you think you could do that? Do you think you could arrest them all?
Who do you fucking think does?
Titus, no one was thinking...
No. Fuck no!
Disregard the outburst, officer. None of the boys have any comment on their power.
Why? 'Cause he was worthless mercenary scum. I am. He stepped...
What kind of mercenary?
The kind that shows up when you start a strike.
A live grenade. Right here in our...
This one has a special gripe with him coming here.
I can't prove it. But I know he was sent wrong. He harassed women, raped one, harassed workers.
There's a slight unease in him, suddenly. He regrets mentioning.
To kill us all if we don't open the gates.
Yeah, he said it was his
He grabbed someone?
Yeah. This girl's on. Show me your cunt! Why don't you show me your cunt? Then.
What about him? We hanged him up by his...
Didn't they teach you?
Can you give us a few more details?
Titus.
We overpowered him, dragged his unconscious body to the tree, put a noose around his neck.
Then we left him for seagulls, maggots, and you fucks. Weren't you fucking listening? The fucker came...
With numbers, asshole.
No, he hasn't. Not yet. Titus is solid as a rock, and so are a few others. But Elaine, who looks like he might be Titus's right-hand man, the least this little rat-faced fellow is solid too. Him neither. Mostly keeps to his... A single sentence would wear him out. He can't take...
No. Of course he's having trouble breathing. Just look...
Fuck off, Shanky.
Keep your eye on this powerful guy. Sooner or later.
And fuck you, too, Copper. Picking up.
His all-muscle comment wasn't sarcastic. He's genuine. This one is a stone wall. You won't get more out of them about the...
Like what, Copper?
You don't have to keep answering.
I know, Lizzie. Relax. We can...
Known him? We don't...
Yeah!
Quiet. He came around...
By the Pine Skull, you mean?
No. I mean the Pines Cat. Why don't you ask her about the pretty boy? I'm sure she has interesting things to say.
That's enough insinuation for today, Titus.
How many people have you sent to the...
Or send them to Reunion to rot. For 20 years. For life.
Rest assured, lawman. Yeah, lawman.
Not in the arrest.
By your side, the lieutenant keeps his hand away from his holster. You hear the nylon of his coat hiss as he steps close.
Look, Coppers. I know you think you're doing your job here.
The bore's the size of your eye. I can almost see the stars.
The little guy? You're the little guy now.
So, little guy.
Beneath everything, he's grateful.
Yeah, little questions.
Nothing. Your investigation here is done. Leave Martinez, go back to your stations where you belong.
I think we're going to stick around. I've done this job for long enough to know that people...
Good luck with that. You've heard everything a rent-a-cop is gonna hear from us. Real. Again. About fucking...
I've got nothing to say to you.
Was that? Could it be? There seems to be. Honestly, your ear isn't hearing a whole lot. The distant hum.
No, I don't.
Of course he doesn't. There it is again. Yeah, but Howie, it must be very close. What are you doing? Oh no. No. Too late. It's gone. There is no... Keep your ears peeled, then. If the species The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and white boots. His skin...
I'm gone. I'm a joke. Look at me. A killer. Go ahead. Into the wild. In the past. What do you mean? It's the power of humanity.
Yeah, man! Don't be...
He loves, though, because you're a coming right up. Fuck no. You're not... Listen to yourself. You're not a rapper. You might be onto something there. Love did me in, Provocopo. It was love. Sure, Lobo. Looking at my face, motionless. Looking into my eyes. Standing here.
Something is on its way. Something hidden.
Because you have. Do I remind you of someone? No, not quite. You sure got out of that one. Coppeline, come back later, Cop. Of course. You have questions, don't you? Come back late.
Fuck does Kuno care? The fuck about it? You're tested. Get lost. Yeah? The kingdom. Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. Kuno doesn't.
What do you see?
Hello? Me?
She doesn't really... Is she such a working class?
Looking for something to read. It is. I know you are. What with? My husband? No, he's not. I don't know. At home now?
Where is this going, officer?
Yes, but... no. Why are we still talking?
She has, though. The husband is totally lost.
What? Who said anything about shame?
But he is. You can feel it. Or maybe...
No, absolutely not. Are you a policeman or a nanny? They are not missing...
You know where they are. They're at... No, they're at a disco. Getting down. Stupid.
What? That's just... They're almost grown up now anyway. My youngest girl, Jolie, is just... Why do you need to know this? Haven't I repeatedly told you that they're not...
Did someone say party?
There is no investigation here. I don't mean to disrespect...
For what it's worth, I agree. But cockatoos can't be stopped when they get...
Nothing.
Maybe you should. What if the cockatoo...
Wonderful. The story is open.
Her hands move over the book. An array of neurons fire up.
No, I don't.
The woman before you.
You broke down the back door, the wards, the door. I suppose it's all just a door. This place is curse detect. I hope you're happy now. Happy that you...
Host Almighty, she prays. Guard me.
Of course you didn't. You're all right. You know what? I'm willing to let you investigate the doomed commercial area. But before we go on, tell me,
Did you encounter the malignant entity? Yes, the malignant entity that lives inside the chimney. It takes the shape of a woman. A witch? Yes, I've heard that. It's enormous. Some unnatural magic, I assume. You should go find the entity and ask what happened to all...
If you're really interested in cracking this mystery, then we should go back to the furnace.
Okay, but please, only a few questions. The curse is so... It's the curse of finance...
Didn't that curtain just move?
It's not just that office. There's something wrong with this building.
Sounds familiar.
Truly so? Perhaps the dark... It's not good to talk about the curse.
Such wraiths may prove a form. The woman before you.
A book about cockatoos? There should be one upstairs, right next to the shelf of biography.
A sulfur-crested cockatoo sits on the cover. It turns out that there are so many different
It's a must-have if you own a cockatoo. I've heard they're quite capricious. Oh, a nature enthusiast.
A cockatoo is a parrot with an erectile crest. This book talks about the delicate nature of twos, as well as introducing some of the most popular. This is a yellow-tailed black cockatoo. It's perhaps the most impressive of all the species. In the words of poet explorer, despite its banging name, the bang bang cockatoo is actually the shyest of the species, common in almost all cemeteries. Yes, but all those cockatoo species are so different. Which one are you? You're right. You're a fuckatoo embodied. Where to even begin? All cockatoos are known for their needy natures, requiring it. Pet owners also report moodiness. It is not recommended to get a... You're right. Cockatoos are magnificent creatures. Ouch. That must hurt.
It's dark. And the flashlight works a lot better if you hold it in your hand.
Your flashlight slides. Some of the writing has faded with age, but you can still make out sections here and there. The photo collar, entire ocean, you see primitive, albeit darkened, a pinned postcard. Tiles on the cube are like a smooth draw. The filament, the speaker comes.
Good morning. Please repeat. Is this the good? Please repeat the password. Proceed.
Don't worry.
Fortress accident. Is there anything else? Thank you.
Tiles on the cube are still. The filament slides out of its glow. This old fireplace. An intricate web of blue. It almost looks like for you to discover. The bear's eyes are dead and empty. Ice inside a friendly cartoon bear smiles back at you. The paper still smells of vanilla and chocolate.
Good question. It looks like... I know. At least it's not...
The fridge sits empty. This orange machine is buzzing like an old... Turning the crank feels oddly sad. It's all gone now. What better to assuage the creeping sense? You slip your fingers under. If you want to try again.
Equip the pry bar by going to the...
This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner on top and an electric freezer that appears to be frozen shut. This orange machine is buzzing like the ice squeaks beneath the pry bar. You could swear you succeeded, but the lid simply won't budge. You see the pry bar's metal handle bending.
Yeah, well, that's a good pry bar. I'm not criticizing it, but this ice cream maker is frozen. I have no idea, officer. This ice cream maker isn't important enough to...
Sooner or later, you will stumble upon a tool mighty. Turning the crank feels oddly... It's all gone now. What better to assuage the creeping sense of failure than some frozen... This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. Turning the crank feels oddly satisfying. It's all gone now. What better to assuage the... This orange machine is... You slip your fingers under the frozen lid, but the ice is... If you want to try again.
Equip the pry bar by going to the Tools tab in your inventory.
This orange machine is... Only the black cable is plugged into the breaker box, while somewhere in the dark, the bear's eyes are still glowing red, watching over all the a friendly cartoon bear. The paper still smells of vanilla and a friendly the paper still smells. A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it. Something breaks loose.
Hello?
You've awakened the entity.
Hello? Did you say anything? I can't hear you. Please come upstairs.
You hear a low rumble upstairs.
After you, officer.
An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center. You hear the same wait. You ring the doorbell, but all you hear is static. But no, you wait for a minute or two. Looks like someone has melted half the plastic. You hear static from the... You can almost hear them.
Yes, hello. This is... Have you come to place an order?
The lieutenant. It's a woman. And no, something's wrong here. Are you sure she's talking to you?
Michelle. Michelle, just... Why did you even call? I don't understand. You've been gone for months.
A spot of static.
It's so...
She sounds like she's about... She doesn't answer. Silence. The only thing you can hear now is static and waves washing ashore on the bay. Another seagull passes.
It must have been some kind of faulty wiring. We should maybe stop.
You press the number sign on the keypad that terminates the call. 12 name cards on silence. Silence. No one. Nothing happens after you ring. Silence. No one answers your call.
Hello, I'm Nia. Did you try knocking on my window? I must have missed you. So what kind of...
Could this be the malicious end? She's got a direct view to the backyard. You should interrogate her about...
Then how did you get inside? By the south entrance? Yes, Amelia is like a call-in station. Mostly, they just teach you to swear in. I'm a novelty dice maker. Tell me the...
As she speaks, role-playing games? You know the one made by Fortress Accident. Does that count?
Answers? How strange. I'm not sure how helpful I'll be, but go ahead and ask. We're inside the chimney of an old central furnace. It's strange, I know. But when I arrived here, all the other rooms were
Plaisance was right.
Creative.
Nothing really.
Who cares about the dead? The lieutenant looks.
Your window looks directly onto the courtyard.
I'm sorry, detective, but as you know, I usually have my headphones on when I'm working. I might have. It's really hard to make anything out in the yard when it... Well, there's always something going on. During daytime, there are usually those kids, but I never saw anyone. It's an odd profession.
She nods.
Anything else, officer? Of course. Tell me what you have in mind. What do you mean by cursed? All right, how about I surprise you? Come back in 8 hours with 7 real, and I'll give... Maybe you have some other ideas for dice? I think I have just the right one for you. You're a police officer, right? Here, catch. They're a gift for me.
Mr. Smooth Moves. You snatched the dice out of the air.
Oh, what are the odds? The red one is made of blood.
She winked back at you.
You'll definitely need luck. How did I become one? Some of my friends were rope. Not especially. I like working with rare materials.
She's thankful for the security they provide her.
I've heard the stories, but I don't think it's just capitalism. We only hear about tales of success, so it's often Sir Plaisance, the bookshop lady. I've heard that her business is doing rather well. Have the energies spared her somehow? All right, but it's not just the bookstore that's still up and running. You could say so. Both houses were built at the same time and under the east. And then there is me. I've been here for 14 years, selling novelty dice to role-playing enthusiasts. Not exactly a million-real business idea, yet somehow I've survived despite the talk of malicious energies. Strange, isn't it? I was just about...
Time has come to face the source. Fear not.
Is it now? Well, if you ever find a way to explain all those inconsistencies in the... More or less, are you interested in anyone specific? It wasn't merely a gym, it was Artemiteps Boxing Club. A community project created to steer... Kuno. Who's Kuno? Oh yes, you mean the kid with the sailor's mouth. I think it would take more than a gym to help that kid. A kind man, from Zemsk. I heard he had some It didn't. If any...
You should have known it.
Eventually, the coalition took away the funding and the club went bankrupt. This was a few years ago. Oh, right. I hope you didn't. I think none of those doorbells work.
The doorbell with the empty name card must belong to her then.
That's right. I haven't even read. You could say so. Both houses.
If the whirling is part of the same building, then...
Right. It used to be a gaming... My advice...
Agreed.
His disdain for pinball could not...
It can't be true. Are you sure it was Slipstream SEA? Was it a tricentennial? It used to be a...
No, it was something else. It was eerie.
Pranks can be eerie. Oh, the kids these days. We were just one of them, and now they're terrorizing us. No, sure, I'm listening. I'm pretty sure it's still the... Sure, I'm listening. Oh boy, the fabled Revo Show ICT. You're in... The place was owned by two guys who had some rat... There was really just one. And it involved picking out the... And by man the booth, I mean slump behind the counter with a face that could meme. It didn't. And they already had the bear. Of course not. The bear was terrifying. No one wants ice. Eventually, Ravishow ICT lost the price war to its rival. Class A 5000. Maybe. He said that the bear was his vision beast. He said he met his vision beast. Well, it's an imaginary beast by telling you to do more drugs.
A wise and noble beast, guiding you toward the land where the streets are paved with drugs. The horrific necktie tightens around your neck, strangely excited. But it doesn't feel particularly fun this time around.
Very good. You shouldn't. Anyway, now you know the story of the fallen ice.
Little sparkling.
Anything else? Another failed business, perhaps? I've been here. Fortress accident.
She liked them.
They were an interesting bunch. They certainly took the usual. Well, I did hear them talking at times. They seemed to believe they were historical individuals on some grand quest. Yes, but when the money... In the end, they just didn't get...
Showing up to work on time is hard.
Not the wisest decision.
The result, the dice is black.
Anything else? Yes, I think it was...
You wouldn't like it either. The others would laugh at you.
I guess it just wasn't... Oh, this one's a mess. Turns out, the business was actually... And they never cleaned up the debris either. It's a sub-Rosa radio station that broadcasts real murders with real victims. Some people...
What does she mean?
Don't worry,
Good luck with that. It's not easy, Cat. You mean Mr...
But what drugs exactly?
Anything else? There used to be a fashion atelier here, but I have forgotten the head designer's name. Yeah, the atelier did... And you know how... And, naturally, all the most fashionable tastemakers refused to be seen in Kyton from then on. The atelier went bankrupt before they could finish the collection. Really?
Poor guy.
They were made by a company called Slips. Honestly, I think it's quite funny. I think he steals the usual, I imagine.
Men like that are...
Sure, but I have no idea why those keys... Good. I hope it clarified things a bit. I'm listening. Good. I hope it clarified things a bit.
What have you found? And also, a novelty dice maker? Well, spit it out. Why does she need the dice? For some... I don't understand.
Before you say anything, just don't say you don't have any answer yet. The uncertainty is killing her.
A third order...
A great, dark relief washes over her.
I've heard of these triactors in certain occult literature. I understand everything, sir. Thank you for your descending into the maelstrom. I will keep fort up here, strengthen the wards, do my best. May the Lord be with you.
Well, this...
Yes.
Should we get out of here? Before the vortex?
Hello again, officers. Have you... Oh, not only have you...
She does have eyes that seem to be smeared with...
Yes. I keep hoping a shaft will collapse on me. Does anyone in a city like this? It doesn't have to do anything. Shoot, Piggy. It's what you do, isn't it?
Give me a moment. Ask away, policeman. The hell am I supposed to...
She really doesn't.
Some lunatic lost...
With how small these rooms are, wouldn't she?
The artiste? She leaves an old lady to her business.
She mumbles some kind of a response.
Ask away, policeman. Oh, that... I think he's done something to do with all those... That's what I...
The lieutenant shakes his head, as though to say, she mumbles some kind of a response. That isn't just a five-pointed star. The star and antlers was developed even today, half a century after. The star, nothing at all. This door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. Number 28. This is...
Let's see if anyone's home.
No one answers.
Looks like the young man we are looking for isn't home. We should return tonight after we have finished with our day's work. How about tonight at 9 p.m. right here, apartment number...
Stuck in the rain in a traffic jam, man. What's on your mind? Ah, man, me and narcotics, but those days are behind me. Hey, man, that's serious criminal talk. Are you trying to pull some...
We have a credible lead, sir. Someone on this roundabout...
Not me, man. No way. I gotta guard the stuff. Boss, look, man, I try to stay away from the criminal underbelly of Revachol. I'm a guest here. You really need to find another man to probe with those questions.
An old monument stands. The woman still has her nothing. Her smart no. This one is a monster in disguise.
If you want her attention, you may need to be more...
Where am I? Who are you?
The smile on her face has disappeared.
Never mind. I remember now. The men have small jewels and everything is back in Methka. During the time until you came along, that is. Someone was. They are someone's They're beautiful.
She seems to derive some bitter pleasure from...
This is Gabriel Buenguerro.
A strikingly handsome man looks straight.
He was the biggest star of his day. I wasn't dreaming. I was there. While you, people, were... Why not, Harife?
There's something off about this one.
Diamonds? Of course not. Whatever stupid things they put in the lorry, I quit concerning myself with that a long time ago.
She says that as if something narcotic is the real reason.
Then it's contraband.
Bad hand. Hermenegildos' bad hand.
Of course not. To truly understand the Boyadero, it's an old ballad about a young girl. Of course not. The Boyadero... No. The boyadero strangles his beloved. You have to understand.
What if to truly love a boyadero is...
What do I need drugs for, lawman? What I see, what I feel. If you don't know, you're man, lawman. What of it? Maybe. Probably not. Makes no difference. Just this month I made half a dozen trips from... No, lawman.
Damn this. Make her answer.
Easy. It's the skinny man who thinks he's a poet. Never trust a poet.
That's correct. There is no visibility of any...
Where do you want me to go? Or I can just...
I think we're done here, no?
Now what do you want with an old woman's boots? Please? I think you should...
She's wearing sturdy worker's boot.
Just before Gabriel, it was the coronation of...
Moreover, the boots were size 37. Tiny. There are too many discrepancies in all this.
It was. Perhaps it was another Herife who came and woke me up.
As she says, carnival.
I could have told you that from just looking at them.
The feet of a little girl.
She's just a
So he does...
You hear that, lawman? I don't think your partner likes you Oh, don't worry. The Monos of Slam, the Transcatolia Magistral. You're right, lawman.
A correct appraisal.
Is that all you woke me up? Yes, go.
Stuck in the rain in a traffic jam, man. What's on your mind?
Looking for something odd? Drugs? They are shit. You know where that shit comes from? They know they can't beat us in a fair fight. So they have to get us to weak. I don't go for that foreign. Not in, no.
So you're telling us that...
I don't know shit. And if I did, what do you think? I can't
There was a bunch of spilled boxes in...
Yeah, I knew that guy. He was an honest driver who loved this country. Since he left, I haven't had anyone. It's a fucking travesty, isn't it obvious? Of course he's a lorry driver. What? He tell you he's just some... His tribe are natural liars. It's in...
I wouldn't be so sure about it.
Guess so.
Stuck in the rain in a traffic jam, man. What's on your mind?
Your best verse.
That's brutal, man.
No, stop.
That's,
In the name of God, what are you doing?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes. And I also thank you for stopping. We have a drug investigation to return to. How about we do that?
Ease into it. Don't go too far. This seems like a personal matter.
Man, nothing's troubling me.
That all the beans you got, Tommy? Damn. It really is hard to talk.
You're back. Good. On the contrary, officer, there are yet camioners you have not talked to. And don't look so surprised. In a time like this, I suggest you go back and canvass for more suspects.
Still here, stuck in this damn...
Looking for something, Hunt? Come to tell me to fuck off?
Lorry stuck in the traffic jam. The woman is still hunched over.
Huh? What is it?
Right to work! Right to work! Shame!
I guess getting past the man ain't that simple after all.
The man looks at...
But that's not you, officer. From back when you were not a cop, but a heavy-set, dark-skinned dock worker named Santiago. Highly unlikely. I've known John for several years now. Also, you... Oh, John's been out drinking himself blind again? He should watch his step, that John. Can I have the... Oh. Is my friend in some sort of trouble? Who knew? Sorry. Busy wiretapping or calling in tactical air support. I get it. All right, I may have some... First, don't fight him.
Maybe that.
Your race descent has only worsened since I last saw you. You have really let yourself go. I am not the first line of defense. The hardy manlets are on the pet. Now leave me be.
The man looks...
You are not Santiago. Santiago is not you. Even the phrenically impaired can see this.
Just like that, instinct took over. The man is reeling. All you hear is a small gurgling sound. Now's the time for a spin kick. No, don't be a fucking ballerina. Rip into him. Right hook. Get intimate with him. Bring the hurt closer. The man lands with a dull thump, like a broken down puppet of muscles and sinew. As you slam your fist on the button, the man collapses.
Looks like you're the new measurehead now.
No one is the new measurehead.
still. It'll take a few. An imposing combination of a punch clock and a payphone is looking down at you from the wall. The machine swallows your coin and seems to be waiting for your next move. Your fingers run over the dial pad, calling, still calling.
Video Revachol, 24-hour video rental.
The voice of a youngster on the other end.
Video Revachol is a 24-hour video rental. No. Sir, I don't know. It's a video. Maybe you called to extend your rental period? Do you need to extend your rental period? If you need any further assistance, you can visit us on the corner of Voyager and Main.
He thinks you're pulling. The call is terminated. The payphone hangs mute. The front of this quarterly journal featured, to your disappointment, there are no advertisements. After rifling the page, the magazine is divided into several sections. International. This section includes. You also skip. Face it, you really aren't. You flip back to the front. It takes a moment as you leaf through this section. The main feature, though, is a long. The actual article is surprising. If you don't follow it, you only ever hear about the ludicrous sponsorships. You think you're settling. Instead, where to even start? For one, there's the crass commercialism of its sponsorships. And then there's the practically criminal. Oddly enough, this article had, and that precisely is at the end of the day. It's, you see, one cannot avoid the conclusion that Tip Top Tourney is simple.
Oh, come on. Can this article read your mind? A certain kind of young man reads one. If I had to wager,
You flip back to the front of Comrade. As you know, this journal takes its. But, like the. Perhaps they. So please, if you value our radical Mazovian perspective.
What do you expect?
You flip back to the front of the magazine. Unsurprisingly, you skim the headlines. Finally, there's a brief article by the writer, G. The Eternal. Thus, they tend. You flip back to the front of. On second glance, someone.
It's unfortunate for the Union.
The drawer opens smoothly. Hundreds of documents containing logistical and the same materials being handed over. It's hard to make sense of this thicket of company names, dates. Look how blurry all the lines on these papers are.
Is that what you're doing with those photos of it? Right. This is probably not relevant to our.
The drawer slides. like someone left his tarpaulin cloak. This is your cloak. You can feel it.
Yes, it does bear the earth. The service cloak issued to you by your...
As your fingers touch the tarpaulin, it almost... This is the night watchman's booth. Listen, it's okay to take a few minutes to yourself.
If you must. But please hurry.
Nothing incriminating catches. Looks like the inhabitant is rather pedantic. It's a black and white photo of a young couple out in a street fair. The man, Rene, looks like he's a...
Why did you take that picture of Rene? You're really interested in that old soldier. Not sure I understand your fascination, but sure. As long as it doesn't take up a whole...
The chair is not as austere as the rest of the booth. A thick, stale air floods. The drawers are empty, save for old timesheets and receipts. One small box, however, does hold... Oh boy, where to start? Elevated risk of dementia? Mini strokes? Maybe this was a bad idea. You take the painkillers. They are yours now. You stand and exit the booth. Snow is quietly covering the numerous wine bottles and cigarette butts on the ground. Some... rusting control panel with several knobs. Marsh. On. Arrête. Off. The accent is so...
Container, used to be Wild Pines. Evra.
The look in his deep blue eyes.
I see you are not a union man, mister. Did you get lost? I mean, I don't personally, just some of the other guys don't look... Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers here. Yes, I am. So it's... Sure, mister. About what? Oh, yes. Foreign people say us Ubi...
Thank you for clarifying that, sir.
Oh, that one. That should be empty as far as I... Yes. I'm like Mr. Everett. Actually, Miss
Who is this, Miss Bo?
A real pretty lady with it. But I can't listen to the radio all it. Oh, Lizzie. She is a... But she's a real nice...
For a fraction of it.
If me missus and me... Dr. Lemaitre said so. And she knows it.
You see this...
Oh, mister. I do a lot more... Oh, most of the guys are down at the gate. We're on a strike.
So no one?
Not everyone is, but Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble and Everett sent... Oh, I'm not really supposed... Him and his boys stirred up something in town. Probably... No, I don't think they killed anyone. Let's bet... Oh, you want Mr. Everett then? He's an awfully nice fellow. Guys like Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar... Oh, Mr. Everett is where he always is. In his office. Bye-bye now.
Control panel. Marsh. On. With a loud grind, the crane shifts overhead, moving a massive metal container through the air. With a surprise, the harbor sleeps as the strike rages in the distance. The crane, the rusty control panel, a faint smell of burning rubber.
I can't see how that was worth the wreckers, except for seeing the crane in action, which I admit was satisfying.
Before you stands a cargo.
Is this like your thing with that wall again? You do? There are a million containers here. What? You just picked one up. We're not here to interact with
No reply. The knock produces. You attempt to turn to your left. The lieutenant considers your actions with some puzzlement.